What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me, but I just got home off of an early morning flight, right? First thing through the door, I want to see my family. I love my family. You know, I'm a family man. I'm an advocate for families, right? Second thing, I got to get that hot shower because I got to throw the threads on. The threads make me feel like $1,000,000, but the third thing through my mind and all throughout the trip is that I gotta have that Tege pack. Tege makes my life uncomplicated. It's uncomplicated skincare for men. The first way that I started specifically was their level 1 system. It's a daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and grime on your skin. 2 times per week exfoliating scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells. An AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun. And a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. Here's the thing. My favorite part about Tege Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really making the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin for men uncomplicated. In addition to amazing skin, members of Tege Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off the retail price, the ability to customize your box, exclusive monthly deals, you can pause and cancel at any time, and you get free shipping. And because Tege Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers an amazing deal, right? Just click the first link in the description and you get 30% off your first box, plus a free gift. It's an amazing deal. You got to get started today. You're not out here trying to look like a Dusty. And if you travel as much as I do, which I'm sure most people don't, but you know me, I'm pushing my bag chasers in order to be in the top 5%, top 10%, top 1%. We got to make our lives uncomplicated, and Tege Hanley is no better product. You got to look good. You got to smell good. And you can't be looking like a Dusty. Make sure you get started today. Click the link in the description. Get that Tege pack. Feel the Tege, my friends. What's going on? It's Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me. Thank you for tuning in for another edition of the Millionaire Morning Show. I am your host, Anton Daniels, and it is Friday. It is Friday. What's happening? What y'all talking about? True to myself. Bag chasers drop prayer hands for true to myself. What's going on with true to myself? Let me see what's happening with my people. What's happening with true to myself? Y'all give me some insight. True to myself says, wish it was a good morning. J Dubs, the only one born my mom's stepmom. What's up, True? What's the word? What's going on with True? What up? What y'all got going on? I can't tell what's happening out here in these streets. What's up, True? What you got going on? You think grandma not gonna make it? Oh man. Well, listen, fam. Listen. You know I love you. You know we over here at the Chasers, we got your back. And I'm assuming that Grams lived a long life. As a person that's seen my share of death in my lifetime, not only growing up where I grew up at, but also in the spaces that I come from in my family. I mean, it's just life, bro. It's just life. There's nothing that you can do about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we never know when our time is up, and that's why we got to live every day like it's our last. We got to leave it all on the flow. But hopefully she lived a phenomenal, long life, and you want to make sure that you remember her for the good things that they did and the impact that they had on your life in a positive way. And your people, this is what I've learned as a person that's seen death really, really close to me, including my own father. Your people are going to a better space, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, they go into a better space. We the ones that still got to be down here suffering. We the ones that got to be fighting, dealing with all of this stuff that we talk about on a daily basis. Yo, Grams is going to a way better space, fam. You should be proud. You should be happy. You should be glad that they actually lived a long life and that they didn't fall to some tragedy, but that you have the opportunity to really be able to savor all of the lessons and the time that you was able to spend with them. They want us to go and live our life and to be great. They want us to live our life and to go on to be great. The best way that you can honor the people that you love, especially in their passing, is to continue to be great and to carry on their legacy in a positive way. That's the best way to do it. I mean, there's no real way for us to make good of a bad situation when it comes to a passing, because everybody got to have their time to grieve. But I just want to let you know, bro, listen, you might be in a situation where she's not going to make it, but look at all of the brothers and sisters that you gained in the process. Look at all of the people in here right now. All of the people that's in here right now, that's throwing up hands, that's wishing you well, that talk to you every day, that see you on a regular basis, that got your back, that's praying for you. Bro, listen, you got a whole community of people that's genuinely praying for you right now. For everything that you lose, you gain 10 times over, 100 times over. For everything that you lose, and it's not even a loss, it's a celebration. For everything that you lose, it comes back to you in a positive way. You got a whole family of people that's praying for you, that's wishing you well, that's sympathetic to your needs, that got your back. We got you, bro. We gonna hold you up in prayer, and we know that you got to have your time to grieve. But when you get done with it, know that you got a whole family of people that's really got your back and they love you. For real, bro. Straight up. So listen, we not gonna wallow in that. We gonna have a good morning. We gonna have a great ending to the year. We gonna get 2024 started off right, and we gonna make sure that we run it up. We gonna run it up. We gonna leave great legacies. And like my man say on the flow, we gonna leave it all on the flow. You know what I'm saying? So look, and let me say this before we get started with the show. It's funny that this happens and that you say that, because I've been doing this for a long time. As far as content creation. And I've had the opportunity to impact some people and even give some visibility. And they did it on their own, so I'm not taking credit for them. But, you know, I've used my platform over the last few years to give visibility to a lot of new content creators that everybody is now familiar. A lot of people are familiar with, you know, family, friends, and all of that. And so I see my dog, Jay Prince, is in the building. Shout out to Jay Prince. Shout out to my brother. I hope you're doing really well. I hope your kids are safe. I hope everything is going well in your life. And this is not in reference to Jay Prince, but I see a lot. I still pay attention. People send me stuff, and I see so much bickering and fighting everywhere. When does it end? How many more segments are y'all gonna get personal with each other, as far as I don't like you, you don't like me? Don't y'all know that it's 9 billion people on this earth? Billions and billions of people that are watching YouTube every single day. Even the audience that I'm able to generate, right? And even the live streams and the amount of subscribers that I've been able to amass across multiple different platforms. I'm but a speck of the amount of people that we really should be reaching, which is one of the reasons why I tell you guys to make sure that you share this with your family and friends, because I think that what we're doing is important and we got a great thing going here. But the thing about it is that we need more visibility. But how can we spend our energy on building if we spending all of our energy on making sure that we tear each other down? And I'm not talking about reacting to content. I'm talking about personal beefs within a small little space. And the only thing that we've done is translate the beefs that we have in our own hoods over into content creation. I don't like your hair. I don't like what you did. I'm going to throw your kids under the bus. Too small. Ain't nobody even benefiting from it. That's crazy that nobody is still benefiting from it. But yet everybody still goes on and they do whole cover photos and get mad at each other and all of this stuff. It's like, don't y'all want more for yourself? Don't y'all want to grow? Don't you want to reach a bigger audience? Don't y'all realize that? Let's just look at it from a content creation perspective. Let's say, oh, okay, well, let's do content. Let's go off on each other and beef with each other. If somebody new comes into the space and they don't even know who y'all are and who y'all beefing with, and they trying to figure it out, the first thing that they do is going to click off because they don't even have no purview into why you mad in the first place. You know, one of the things that I like to do is I like to go through and I like to find new content creators. Like I spend my Saturday mornings, the first thing I do is I say, all right, so let me see what's happening out here. And so throughout the day, Saturday, I go and see, you know, and I just search for different lives and things that I've never seen before. Sometimes it's an Indian lady over here or Asian man over there or black guy over here or some rap show over there or whatever. And I look to see the lives, and 95, 96, 97% of them I click off within the first 2 minutes because I'm like, oh, they just arguing with each other with somebody that did something over there. And this ain't even for me. This is for somebody else. This is them infighting. Man, it's the same thing that we used to do in the hood. We back? All right, we back. It was buffering, but we good. We back. Let me go and get this remote control really quickly. Hold on one second. We back. Just a little bump in the road. Had a little bump in it, but we cool. But my point is, it's people all over. It's people all over, and I'm sorry, I'm not able to see the super chats anymore because it timed me out. So to everybody that sent the super chat, I'm incredibly sorry because I am going to read the super chats throughout the show, but I don't have it on my screen anymore based off of the software that I'm using because now that I had to resume the live stream, is no longer showing. So I apologize for that. It's not my fault, but I take responsibility for it. But my point is, stop getting involved in drama and beef with stuff that ain't got nothing to do with you. If you have something that you're trying to accomplish and places that you're trying to go and things that you're trying to get into, no longer be distracted. And again, it's cool to react to content that people use in order to create more content or to get off whatever your thoughts are. But don't let that distract you from the bigger picture of why you came here in the first place. You came here for significance, money, visibility, and to continue to push out whatever it is that you want to push out from a creative perspective. Don't let anybody throw you off of your creative journey because you continue to get distracted by little beefs. Little beefs with him, and this guy over here don't like your hat, so now I gotta go off on him. Or this person called you overweight, so I'm gonna go off on him. And so you get distracted from the overall message, but you're not really paying attention to what it is that they throwing you off from. That's the devil. That's the devil. That ain't nothing from somebody. And listen, that's cool when you a kid. That's cool when you first get on. But when you find out what the finesse is, and I warned y'all, I told a lot of y'all that I've helped get on or have some kind of visibility into or stuff like that. I told y'all, I said, listen, y'all really need to stop that. And if y'all can't work together, then just don't work together at all. But don't get distracted and let them do them, and then you do you. Man, I see people all the time that say stuff or whatever, and then I weigh the pros and the cons, and then in less than 20 seconds, I think to myself, oh, okay, well, let them have it. Let's just keep going. I'm not about to sit here and get distracted, man. I'm trying to build a mega platform over the next few years that continue to make a bigger impact. And how can I make a bigger impact if I'm so worried about what it is that you thinking and you can't even fix your own life? I'm going in a whole nother, and that's cool. It look like it's good because you might get some numbers and it's a bunch of people in that little segment, and you'll have 300 or 400 people, and you're like, oh man, I got a lot of people watching me. Slow growth. It's the thing that actually adds value into people's life that continue to help you to grow exponentially over a bigger period of time. Don't worry about all of that other small stuff that's preventing you from growing. You can't grow if you continue to stay in the same space. Everybody using the same method, same software, doing the same thing, and ain't nobody doing nothing different, and ain't nobody adding no value into nobody's life. Come on, man. So, as usual, we got the same type of people that want to say the same thing, and I'll address it. Gangsta Love says, so what about when you was talking down on Richard Fane? Was I talking down on Richard Fane? Or were we actually using content to get out our thoughts about what financial success was supposed to look like? I specifically said, hey, leave Richard alone and let him do his thing. He's actually a good dude. I don't think that he's giving out bad information. I don't have anything against him personally, but Richard has a big voice that impacts multiple people. And so when he reacted to the content specifically, I reacted to the content that he had. And then we threw a little bit of jokey joke back and forth. And then we kept on going, and he doing his thing and I'm doing my thing, and ain't nobody hurt as a result of it. That don't have nothing to do with what I'm talking about as far as real life beef with people. I'm not trying to find out what Richard is doing personally. I don't care about who his wife or his daughter is, or even if he married at all. And he didn't do it with me either. He had an opinion based off of what it is that I do from a content creation perspective, as far as financial independence and the specific lanes that we are. I had an opinion about him and how he marketed himself also. And we got a different mindset, but we still trying to do something positive and going in a positive direction. He's still growing. I'm still growing. It is what it is, but we don't have any personal animosity towards each other. So there's a difference between, and again, I believe that you guys can react to the content, but don't specifically get into a personal beef in which it derails you from your purpose and what you're trying to do as far as your creative spirit and your creativity and how it is that you're doing it from a content creation perspective. Y'all also got to understand, we be having thousands and thousands of people watching this at the same time. It's always going to be some people that just don't get it. When you got thousands of people watching on a daily basis, it's going to be some people that show up every day, and they're going to be the ones that sit in the back of the classroom with the headphones on. You know what I'm saying? Like, they not going to get it. They not going to get it. Chew the meat, spit out the bones, and just let them wallow in whatever it is that they do. Don't argue with them. Don't go back and forth with them. Y'all in the chat also, just keep going. Don't worry about, and you know what I'm saying? You can address a couple here, a couple there, but most of them, you just keep it moving. Keep it moving. They tried to do the same thing with me and Angry Man. They tried to do the same thing. I seen the same thing happen in the chat with me and Angry Man. Somebody came over out of the blue. I had never heard Angry Man say nothing negative about me. Still to this day, he haven't. And vice versa. Anton, Angry Man don't like you or whatever. I never even addressed it. I went over to Angry Man's channel. I was checking him out. He was cooking up. He was sitting in the Camaro. I super chatted. Hey, man, I feel you, bro. You're doing a great thing. He reciprocated. He flew into Detroit. We went to the game. We cooked up, had some great content, did our thing, and we are the best of friends, and we get money together now. I ain't never had a negative thing or a negative bone in my body towards Angry Man and vice versa. He's a good friend to have, and so am I. And me and him together, we are way more powerful than us apart, even to the point to where I will see him going in a certain direction, and I will call him or I'll text him, and I say, hey, stay away from that, fam. That's not a good look. Or he'll see me doing something, and he'll have an opinion about whether or not it's going to impact me, or if I'm getting a little bit off of where it is that I'm supposed to go. He'll hit me up, yo, Tom, don't do that, bro. Stay in this. And then I'll hit him up, and I'll be like, hey, what's that Manscaped deal? What your deal look like? And he'll hit me up and say, hey, what teed you giving you? And so we'll compare notes, and we'll try to figure it out. Look, reacting to content and having a difference of opinion is one thing, but at the end of the day, we got money to go get. We got money to go get. And if he can leverage me and then I can leverage him in order to get a bigger bag or get more money or do some strategy, and he say, yo, Tom, I like the way you do that. How you do that? And I say, yo, hey, what's going on over there? Man, that's some crazy stuff. And we just trying to figure it out. We trying to figure it out. And again, let any dusties do whatever it is that they do. But ultimately, what I'm trying to tell you is that pick and choose very carefully what you spend an extended period of time on, because it will distract you from getting that big bag. That's all that matters. Address it, deal with it, move on. Don't get personal about it, and then move on, because you don't want your audience to be distracted with things that really don't matter. When you were a child, when you became a man, and you keep it moving. All right? Let's keep it going. Y'all ready to get started with the show? I got to read a few of the super chats. Yo, shout out to our Streeter in the building. I love you, baby girl. Our Streeter says you're an inspiration, and our Street say you're an inspiration and a motivation. You are what you advocate for. I will always follow somebody of this caliber. Thank you. Thank you, baby. Thank you. And I actually met that beautiful woman, and she is gorgeous in real life. I actually met her in Miami last year at the Miami meetup for the New Year's Eve. So shout out to you. Shout out to my dog, Mike, that dude in the building on the Cash App. Also, I want to give an acknowledgement to Shadow Dragon TV. First, let me give an acknowledgement to everybody that super chatted that I can't see because it buffered and it timed me out. But we back. So I do want to make sure that I acknowledge y'all. I can't read y'all super chats because I can't see them. But I do want to acknowledge y'all. Thank y'all for being early super chatters of the show. I appreciate you. Shadow Dragon TV says, just want to wish a happy holidays and blessings to you and yours. Discovering you this year has made a lasting impact on my life and mindset. Words can't describe how eternally grateful I am. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, Shadow Dragon TV. Fanny P says, good morning. I saw your studio in the background doing a video on the AD channel and it looks amazing. Amazing. What LED light do you use for your setup? If you don't mind me asking. Fanny P, email me. Email me at Anton Daniels. Email me the same question at Anton Daniels and I'll give you all of the information that you need. Or send me a message inside of the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. My dog, King James. When AD say pay attention to your emails, pay attention. He not just talk the talk. Please accept my apologies. Side note, I got the promotion. Yeah. Shout out to my chasers. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. Power Washing Pro says people hear what they want to hear and point out negativity they identify with. Be positively open-minded is rare. Yeah, well, some of us is going to get it, and some of us is going to get rich, and some of us is just going to be regular, and some of us going to be poor. And so figure that out. More Than Mellow says, finish my class with a 96, getting my 2 AAs in February. Drop my debt from 12 to 7 and just joined the Patreon. I'm 28, and I got to catch up to you. You're going to be better than me. Shout out to the chasers. You're going to be better than me. David Williams says, Anton, where's the new Teach commercial? Well, I had to do some renegotiating of the contract before I decided if I wanted to release the new Teach commercial. But the new contract kicks in late January 2024. So you guys should expect the new Teach commercial. See, listen, negotiating tactics. Yeah, you gotta leverage a little bit. I'm gonna give y'all that game in 2024 inside of the Patreon. But, we had to make sure that we got the right numbers because we went in on a trial basis. We over-delivered. They said, listen, we want to do a whole year contract. I said, okay, well, I got a new Teach commercial on deck, but I think it's going to be pretty impactful, but I can't release that yet because we got to figure out what we're going to do in the next year. So until next year, we're going to go with last year's content, and then we're going to get to the new content when the new numbers. Don't worry about it. New Teach. Shout out to Teach. Teach is a great company to do business with. I think that is a great company to do business. That's a great question too. Thank you. All right, y'all. Listen, we can't keep delaying. We can't keep messing around. We got to get into the content. Again, make sure y'all tap into the Patreon links in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. And let's get it popping. All right. So y'all know what part of the show this is. Quick Hits, ladies and gentlemen. Quick Hits is a segment of the show that we don't think it don't deserve a whole segment dedicated to it, but it definitely deserves, for us to acknowledge and break down what's going on in these streets. I need to keep y'all informed, man. All right, y'all ready? All right, let's go ahead and get started. So first and foremost, at the forefront of the congregation is Joe Biden. Joe Biden, during an upcoming election year, decided to pardon everything marijuana related. Let me bring y'all up to speed. All right. I think that's it. There we go.
Is pardoning thousands of people who were convicted of using or possessing marijuana on federal land. The president says criminal records for marijuana use and possession have imposed needless barriers to employment, housing, and educational opportunities. The president is also granting clemency to 11 people serving what the White House called disproportionately long sentences for.
So essentially, Biden decided that he wanted to basically pardon possession convictions for marijuana. It goes on to say that he announcing today, specifically today, he's announcing that he's issuing a federal pardon to every American who has used marijuana in the past, including those who were never arrested or prosecuted. He goes on to say the sweeping pardon applies to all U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents in possession of marijuana for their personal use and those convicted of similar federal crimes. It also forgives pot users in the District of Columbia. It does not apply to individuals who have been jailed for selling the drug, which is illegal under federal law, or other marijuana offenses, such as driving under the influence of an illegal substance. He also says that the implication of Biden's pardons promises to have significant implications, as criminal records for marijuana use and possession have imposed barriers to employment, housing, and educational opportunities. However, the pardons do not apply to people who violated state law, and anyone who wants to receive proof of a pardon will have to apply through the Department of Justice. He issued a similar pardon last year and promised future reforms. This year's proclamation went further in that it forgave all instances of simple marijuana possession or use under federal law, including for individuals who have never been charged, and also expands Biden's previous directive to include minor marijuana offenses committed on federal property. He says that thousands of people with federal and D.C. convictions will be eligible for the pardons, which Biden announced 3 days before the Christmas holiday. And in a statement, said to Americans should not be sent to prison solely for using or possessing marijuana. He urged governors to forgive state offenses by saying criminal records for marijuana use and possession have imposed needless barriers to employment, housing, and educational opportunities. Too many lives have been upended because of our failed approach to marijuana. It's time that we right these wrongs. He also commuted the sentences of 11 people. He said we're serving disproportionately long sentences for nonviolent drug offenses and would have received lesser sentences if they were charged today. The Congressional Black Caucus said the pardons are a positive step forward in addressing longstanding racial disparities in crack and powder cocaine sentencing for generations has disproportionately imprisoned Black Americans. They go on to say it is our hope that clemency be granted to more Black Americans who have been criminalized by decades-old policies of the war on drugs era, the group said in a statement. So essentially, Biden is now advocating for and then pardoning and going on to have conversations that distract y'all from the real issues is what's going on. Because let's be clear. First of all, you got to go and apply at the Department of Justice. Secondly, they got to get the word out, so they got to advertise for it. Third, I don't really think it's going to make any real significant impact to your life because it has nothing to do with the people that was selling it and moving it, just the people that was arrested for smoking it, but you can go and get your pardon. Fourth, it's during election year. So we all know that black people like to get distracted with regard to that. And fifth, the real issues are the issues that he refused to speak of or address, which is the crisis at the border, the funding that we have going over to all of these countries, including Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel. And he's holding up funding for the border in order to negotiate to continue to fund things that have nothing to do with Americans. So, again, Biden has decided that he wants to make sure that he keeps you guys distracted from the things that's not really relevant. And he's doing it by making sure that he's announcing it on Christmas. Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. So I wish he would address some things that really, really matter, but that's probably not going to happen. In other news, Nirvana. Now, everybody knows, anybody knows, whether you a hip-hop head or you an alternative music listener or you from the 90s or anything like that, everybody knows what this iconic album is. Now, if you scroll down a little bit more, it was one of the greatest and most iconic albums to ever hit shelves, in my opinion, and in my entire life. A lot of people also remember that their lead singer wound up committing suicide, Kurt Cobain. But this is the Nirvana Nevermind album. It is actually up on my wall and is painted as a part of a commissioned painting project that a woman came in and she did it. This is their Nirvana Nevermind album. But here's the thing. This album back then caused a lot of controversy, and it still is to this day. According to Reuters, the court revived a Nirvana child pornography lawsuit over the Nevermind cover because it was a baby. And it's funny because the actual guy that shot this cover, he came back and he did a new cover. He was the baby, the guy that's on this platform, and he came back and he did it when he was older too. But it says a U.S. appeals court on Thursday, as though they ain't got nothing else better to do, revived a lawsuit accusing the rock band Nirvana of publishing child pornography by using a photograph of a naked 4-month-old baby on the cover of his 1991 album, Nevermind. Went on to say the Ninth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals overturned a lower court's decision that Spencer Eldon, the baby depicted on the cover, had waited too long to bring his lawsuit against the seminal Seattle grunge band. The court did not address whether the cover of Nevermind constitutes child P. This procedural setback does not change our view. Nirvana attorney Burt Dixler said on Thursday, he said, "We will defend this meritless case with vigor and expect to prevail." The Elder's attorney, Robert Lewis, says that Eldon is very pleased with the decision and looks forward to having his day in court. Eldon, now 32, who is the baby that's in the painting or on the cover, first sued the band and its label Universal Music Group in 2021, accusing them of sexually exploiting him through his depiction on the Nevermind cover and causing him personal harm. Other defendants include surviving members of Nirvana David Grohl, Chris Novoselic, and late lead singer Kurt Cobain's widow, Courtney Love, and photographer Kirk Weddy. Now, Courtney Love is not even alive anymore. The lawsuit stemmed from Nirvana's use of the photo taken by Weddle at a Pasadena Aquatic Center in California that depicted Eldon swimming naked towards a dollar bill on a fish hook. The U.S. District Judge in Los Angeles said last year that Eldon's lawsuit must be dismissed because he did not sue within a 10-year limitation period after learning of the cover. Everybody is out here for a money grab. That's really what it comes down to. Everybody is out here to get a money grab. Everybody is trying to get their monies, and we're going to get into the Vin Diesel thing in a minute. And so he's suing in order to try to get some money, and he's 32 years old, and nobody even recognize him from this cover. But you know how it is. People is trying to get their bag up. And then last but not least, the Los Angeles Dodgers signs another Japanese pitcher to a historic contract, one of the biggest in pitcher history. Let me bring you guys up to speed of what's happening out here in these streets.
Breaking news here on CBS Sports HQ, the rich get richer. Well, that's not breaking news. The news is the fact that Yoshinobu Yamamoto is going to the LA Dodgers. The Dodgers win the sweepstakes because there were several teams in on Yamamoto, including the Yankees and Mets. The Japanese pitcher headed to LA to play alongside his Japanese teammate from the World Baseball Classic, Shohei Ohtani. The Dodgers have now spent over $1 billion in the past 2 weeks between Ohtani.
I'm sorry, it's not Courtney Love. Kurt Cobain is the one that's passed away. He killed himself. I got you.
Ohtani and Yamamoto. The contract for 12 years, $325 million, largest contract for a pitcher in Major League Baseball history, topping Garrett Cole's deal with the Yankees by $1 million.
So it looks like Japan is getting to the bag, but basically he's one of the greatest pitchers in Japanese history, and he's officially heading over into Major League Baseball. He reportedly agreed to a 12-year, $325 million contract with Los Angeles Dodgers, according to ESPN. And the deal comes after the post was made available to MLB teams in November. He is second only to his Japanese sports mate. All right. He leaves Japan and is arguably the most decorated pitcher in baseball history over there. He made his debut at the Oryx Buffaloes at the age of 18, proceeded to do really well. That performance earned him the largest pitching contract in MLB history. His $325 million topped the 9-year, $324 million deal that Garrett Cole signed with the New York Yankees in 2019. The Dodgers also paid a $50 million posting fee to sign him. So they sent over $50 million to be able to sign him. And then his homeboy got 10 years and $700 million. So they basically setting records for Japanese players, and they get into the bag. They running it up. They getting all of the money. And then they taking it back to their hometown. 2 players, combined deals of over $1 billion. 2 players, combined deals for over $1 billion. Both of them Japanese. Both of them going over to the Dodgers. And ladies and gentlemen, that is your quick hits. All right. Let me read a couple more super chats, and then we're going to go ahead and get started, starting with Vin Diesel. But J-Dub says the outrage over Jonathan Owens' story and how he met Simone Biles is wild. Please keep doing what you do. Hey, send that to me. Email that to me. Email that to me. I need to see what's happening in these streets. Silent Sniper is in the building, says, had to come through with this little offering for Christmas. I'll be watching. Cook. Shout out to you for the 20 ball. I appreciate you. My dog, Jay Prince, is in the building, says, Merry Christmas and thanks for everything that you have done for me. I've been getting to the bag from the hot dog cart and just added a gyro machine today. Shout out to Jay Prince for president. Shout out to Jay Prince for president. I appreciate you. P. Shank says, good morning, Mr. AD. Good morning, P. Shank. Jones FX says, the pardon is to give his son an out, man, please. You talking about Hunter? Shout out to Hunter. They used to call him Head Hunter from where I'm from. Anyways, neither here nor there. Let's go ahead and get into the show. So, Vin Diesel, ladies and gentlemen, and again, make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description, as well as pinned to the top of the chat. Vin Diesel is the latest celebrity bag chaser that is now being accused of sexual assault in order to be able to get that money, in order to get their bag up. I'm sick of it. I'm 100% sick of it, but I need to go ahead and bring y'all up to speed on what's happening out in these streets. This is what's happening with Vin Diesel, ladies and gentlemen.
Fast and Furious star Vin Diesel is being sued for alleged sexual battery by a former assistant. Asa Jonasson filing the lawsuit in LA County Superior Court today. It alleges that Diesel forced himself on her in his hotel suite. It allegedly happened back in 2010 while she worked for him during the filming of Fast 5 in Atlanta. Jonasson claims the actor groped her and pinned her against a wall before pleasuring himself, all while she allegedly refused. The suit claims hours after the incident, Jonasson was fired. We reached out to Diesel's reps, but they did not give us an official comment.
Hello, I'm Mark Brown.
All right, so let me bring y'all up to speed of what's happening. I actually have the lawsuit right in front of me, and so I want to share it with you guys, and I want to mine this out, and I want to make sure that we hopefully get through this, because I want to actually share with you, not to say that he's guilty, but to share with you to help you to understand exactly what's being filed against him, all right? So, this was filed in the Superior Court of California. Now, the weird thing about this is, I thought that the Survivors Act was only something that they opened up the floodgates for over in New York. I didn't know that this was something that was also happening in California, and according to Variety, they have a different name for it, but over in 2022, Basically, at the end of 2022, they gave women 1 year to file civil lawsuits to come after a lot of these guys. And so my guy, Vin Diesel from Fast and Furious and all of these great movies that came before us, is now one of the people that's at the forefront of the congregation being sued over in California. So right before the statute of limitations ended in California, this woman, who was a former assistant that obviously got fired, is alleging that he had some level of sexual assault 13 years ago. 13 years ago. Let me go ahead and read this for y'all. In the Superior Court of California, County of Los Angeles, you have the woman name is Asta Janason versus Vin Diesel, a.k.a. Mark Sinclair Vincent, which is his real name. A lot of y'all probably didn't even know his real name was Mark Sinclair. But Samantha Vincent is actually the president of his company. That's his sister. One Race Productions is the name of the company that he owns. So on and so forth, right? So basically they suing him, her, his sister for firing her, and Vin Diesel. And these are the accusations: complaints for damages. And again, this is not a criminal complaint. She's never actually went to the police or anything like that. This is just her word saying that, hey, I don't like the fact that he fired me or she fired me, and this is what he did to me. And so it's word for word, his word against her word, all right? But this is what she's filing for: discrimination in violation of FEHA, all right? Hostile work environment in violation of FEHA. Retaliation, failure to prevent discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. Retaliation in violation of Labor Code 1102.5, also 98.6. Wrongful termination in violation of public policy, sexual battery, negligent supervision and retention, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. And she's demanding for a jury trial. All right. Now remember, the position that she held, according to her, was his assistant. Plaintiff brings action against the defendants. Nature of the action: Miss Jonason is a dedicated TV and film professional who has worked in the film industry for over a decade. In September 2010, she was hired by One Race as an assistant working directly for Vin Diesel. Her first assignment was to immediately travel to the location for the filming of Fast 5. All right. So again, this is back in 2010. She just had got hired in September 2010. And so her first assignment was to travel to the set of Fast 5 to work for him directly as his assistant. She quickly got to work organizing parties, catering to Vin Diesel's demands, including staying in close physical proximity to Vin Diesel when he was at parties without his longtime girlfriend, with whom he has children, because, as he explained, it would provide him with cover if he was photographed with another woman. One night, she was dutifully fulfilling her work duties, including ensuring no photographs was taken of Vin Diesel, who was entertaining multiple women in the Empire Suite of his luxury hotel. I wonder why they named it a hotel. I'm going to be reading that super chat shortly. Thank you, AO. It goes on to say, look, she want to tell everything. He got a girlfriend with children, a baby mama, but he had multiple different chicks at his luxury hotel. All right. Although Vin Diesel had personal security, only she remained in the hotel suite. Now remember, he said that he was entertaining multiple women in the Empire Suite at his luxury hotel. Then she says that only her remained in the hotel suite, so the women felt more comfortable. After the last woman left in the early hours of the morning, she was tasked with ushering Vin Diesel out of the hotel before dawn to prevent him from being photographed and the paparazzi being alerted of his whereabouts. Alone in the hotel suite with him, he sexually assaulted her. Now, this is where it gets spicy. He forcibly grabbed her. Now, I guess this is after he sent all of the hoes home from the hotel. She's saying that he forcibly grabbed her, groped her breasts, and kissed on her. Mwah, mwah, mwah. She struggled continuously to break free, while repeatedly saying, no, 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 I don't want it. I don't want anything. No, no, no. It goes on to say Vin Diesel is physically larger and much stronger than her. This can only be crafted by a crafty lawyer. Vin Diesel ignored her clear statements of non-consent to his sexual assaults. He then escalated his assault and groped her body, dropped to his knees, and pushed her dress up. Groped her legs and attempted to pull down her underwear. Terrified for her personal safety, she screamed, "Oh no!" and ran towards a nearby bathroom. All right? I'm painting a picture for y'all. I'm painting the picture for y'all so y'all can better understand exactly what happened or what she's accusing him of. Okay? Y'all ready to continue? All right, let's go. He followed her. Come here, girl. Pinned her against the wall. Doof. With his body. My chest is big. Grabbed her hand and placed it on his you-know-what. You-know-what. Disgusted by being forced to touch his you-know-what. I don't like it. I don't like it. She instantaneously withdrew her hand and again verbally refused him. Stop in the name of love. Before you touch my part. Vin Diesel again ignored her pleas. Shut up, woman. And instead pulled it out of his underwear. And began to, while leaning against her, and kept her pinned to the wall with the left side of his body. Miss Jonassen was unable to escape. I'm just going to close my eyes. Scared of angering Vin Diesel by rejecting him further and trying to disassociate, wishing the assault would end. She then heard groaning noises from Vin Diesel. It's Friday, right? It's Friday, right? I'm trying to paint a picture for y'all because the words need to jump off the screen, and that's why I'm telling it to you. All right? She heard groaning noises, and he quickly released and went to the bathroom and turned on the sink. She was frozen. Oh my God, I can't believe what just happened. And unable to move. Vin Diesel then walked past her and said, no one can say S about Asta. You know how Vin Diesel talk. This is Braga. Y'all never seen that movie? All right, don't worry about it. As he left the room, he said, nobody can talk stuff about Asta. That's the girl's name. As she stood alone in the suite, she suddenly felt a mix of relief that the sexual assault was over and panic, and her heart felt like it was about to explode out of her chest. Unexpectedly, Vin Diesel returned. I'm back. And she felt instantaneous terror. He asked for his phone, and she managed to respond that the phone was in his pocket, to which he responded, good job, and finally exited the hotel suite. Mere hours later, she was still processing the immediate aftermath of Vin Diesel's assault. Samantha Vincent, the president of One Race, and Vin Diesel's sister, called her. Rather than take any action to actually protect her from further assaults or punish Vin Diesel for his egregious, see, egregious is right here. It's not just me using this word. That's the words that's in there. Egregious actions. Vincent stated that One Race was no longer needing any extra help and terminated her employment, and the message was clear. Miss Jonassen was fired for courageously resisting Vin Diesel's assault, and Vin Diesel would be protected, and his assault would be a cover-up. For years, she remained silent, for over 13 of them, afraid, oh my God, to speak out against one of the world's highest grossing actors. Afraid she would be ostracized from the industry, which had a pattern of protecting powerful men and silencing survivors of sexual harassment and assault, and concerned that as a green card holder, I'm not making this up, that's what it says. As a green card holder, that speaking out could jeopardize her potential future citizenship. Indeed, One Race required all employees sign a non-disclosure agreement to prevent them from discussing anything related to Vin Diesel. Empowered by the hashtag #MeToo and the Time's Up movement, and with the protection of the Speak Out Act and recent revival of her claims by AB 2777, Ms. Jonason is unwilling to remain silent any longer. It just so happened to be right before the statute of limitations up before the lawsuit, and seeks to reclaim her agency and justice for suffering she endured at the hands of Vin Diesel in One Race. And then it goes on to say, you know, Vin Diesel and these are the defendants and the individuals and blah, 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 so on and so forth. Yada, yada, yada. Let me see if there's anything else in here. General factual allegations. Work in the film industry. All right, go ahead. In approximately August or September 2010, One Race interviewed Mr. Johannesson at the office of his in Beverly Hills. Interviewed her, recorded the interview using a professional camera and tripod, assured her that working was for the benefit of Samantha Vincent. Ms. Jonason later learned that Vin Diesel would say that if something is not on video, that it did not happen. During the interview, hiring and throughout her employment, she was led to believe that she would be assisting the film production for the 5th installment of the Fast and Furious franchise. Was in production in Atlanta, Georgia. Signed a non-disclosure. Asked how soon could she fly out to Atlanta. Assists in the film production. She was there the very next day, greeted by another female employee. She was tasked with planning a Labor Day barbecue for some of the Fast Five cast and above-the-line crew members. His partner, Paloma Jimenez, told Ms. Johannesson that the food servers at the barbecue must all be beautiful women. Understanding the assignment, she contracted an attractive female celebrity chef for the barbecue. The barbecue, which took place September 6, 2010, was attended by high-profile guests. She received positive feedback in the performance of setting it up. And he also had multiple rooms at the St. Regis Hotel in Atlanta, Georgia, including the hotel's most upscale room, the Empire Suite. Female acquaintance, blah, 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 blah. Believe the supervisor intended to provide privacy for Vin Diesel and Ms. Jonason's female acquaintance. Oh, snaps. This is a completely different thing. At the time, Ms. Jonason believed the supervisor intended to provide privacy for Vin Diesel and Ms. Jonason's female acquaintance. However, the supervisor continued to entreat her to follow him until they reached his hotel room. So this is an entirely different guy. All right, cool. When she entered the room, the lights was off. The supervisor did not move to turn the lights on. Instead, the supervisor took his shirt off, got in the bed and said, "Come here. Come here." Appalled, she immediately exited the room in the hotel. On September 10th, the supervisor instructed Ms. Jonason to go to the club, Havana Club in Atlanta as part of her work duties. She arrived at the nightclub. Vin Diesel was surrounded by club hostesses and approximately 2 of his private security personnel. He drank throughout the night, continued to socialize with multiple female hostesses, each dressed in lingerie-inspired outfits. She did not drink alcohol as she was on the clock in the early morning hours. His security left the club to return to the St. Regis Hotel. Approximately 4 or 5 hostesses from the nightclub returned with Vin Diesel to the hotel. However, her work for the night was not complete, and she was instructed to return to the hotel to continue working. Security told her to go upstairs. Stay close to him. She received a phone call from the security stating that Vin Diesel was not answering his cell phone. He needed to leave the hotel immediately. The hostess exited the bedroom, leaving the door open, joined by a waiting co-worker, exited the hotel suite. Ushering Vin Diesel out of the hotel, she entered into the main bedroom to find Vin Diesel lying clothed sideways on the bed with his cell phone on his dresser. She stood at the side of the bed near Vin Diesel's feet and informed Vin Diesel that a security team had called, urged him to answer his phone, and that it was time to leave the hotel. She picked up his phone from the dresser and motioned for him to take it. Instead of taking the phone, Vin Diesel grabbed her wrists with one of his hands and pulled her onto the bed. She landed on the bed facing Vin Diesel. Vin Diesel entrapped her in a bear hug as she immediately tried to escape his grasp and get off of his bed. She tried to de-escalate the situation by telling Vin Diesel to stop while continuing to attempt to rest free of his grasp. Eventually, she was able to squirm away from his embrace and took the opportunity to drop Vin Diesel's cell phone into a pocket of his cargo shorts, expecting that he would refuse to take his cell phone if she offered it to him again. Then she ran out of the bedroom and stood by the front door of the suite for Vin Diesel to gather himself and leave. He left the bedroom and began walking towards her. She hoped that he would leave without any further instance. He instantly reached for the door so Vin Diesel would exit the suite, and he immediately stated, "Don't open that door. Don't open that door." She followed his instructions, unsure if Vin Diesel was still intoxicated, growing increasingly concerned that he would not leave. He then approached her, forcibly hugged her, continued to embrace her for a period of time. She felt uncomfortable and felt powerless to stop Vin Diesel. Vin Diesel was her supervisor and physically larger and stronger than her, and she was afraid for her personal safety and job security. Vin Diesel proceeded to grope her body, including her breast, forcibly kissed her, who continuously pleaded with him to stop. He ignored her pleas and starting to kiss her chest and her collarbone. She was afraid to more forcibly refuse her supervisor, knowing that getting him out of that room was both crucial to her personal safety and job security. But this hope died when Vin Diesel dropped to his knees, pushed her dress up towards her waist, and molested her body, running his hands over her upper legs, including her inner thighs. He moved to pull her underwear down. She screamed in a panic, ran down a hallway towards the bathroom, knocking Vin Diesel to the floor. So as soon as she started pulling them panties down, what she's saying is she visibly got scared, screamed, knocked the huge Vin Diesel over to the ground, and then ran over into the bathroom. And then he stood up and he said, "I am Groot." And then he went over there to her and grabbed her left hand and placed it on him, and then it went down from there. It goes down in the DMs. That's crazy. That is crazy. Nothing else to hear now. So now she's asking for money 13 years later. And she's asking civil penalties, not criminal penalties, civil penalties. And she's asking for a jury trial. Conversely, according to Deadline, Vin Diesel categorically denies the allegations. And he says that, hold on. Basically, he just says that he denied. Okay, here it is. Let me be very clear. Vin Diesel categorically denies this claim in its entirety. This is the first he has ever heard about this. This is more than 13-year-old claim made by a purported 9-day employee. And there is clear evidence which completely refutes these allegations. So apparently they got receipts. That's what the D's is saying. The D's is saying, listen, I got receipts. I categorically deny what happened. And we got receipts of what's really popping. So Anton from AntonDaniels.com is going to have to stay on top of this. But more importantly, what are we learning here, ladies and gentlemen, before I read the super chats? What are we learning here? As Vin Diesel and every other celebrity, including Jamie Foxx, are all being accused of things, by women that are inspired by Cassie and the Me Too movement and the Time's Up movement. What do we learn from this, fellas? The same thing that I've been preaching to you since the beginning of time. You are nothing but a come up. You have to protect yourself in any way possible. Be very, very careful. Have a level of dick discipline, and don't keep anybody in your purview that you can't professionally deal with. And listen, this is a shakedown, in my opinion. I do not inherently believe anybody, especially since Vin Diesel saying that he got receipts. So he said that he denied it. I'm not Diddy. You're not about to come up off of me, and ain't nobody going to continue to get no bag off of me. Let me read some of these super chats, and then we're going to go ahead and continue with the show because I got to drop the link in the description eventually. AL says, I talked to a lawyer who handles these cases, and she says this happens all the time. A woman is about to be fired, and she sues for harassment. AL goes on to say, most of the time they win a settlement from the insurance, but if they get too greedy and go to court, most of the time they get exposed. Black Beauty says, sounds fabulous. Spaces is in the building, says, stop in the name of love before you break my... The Gray Way says, sound effects on deck, paint the picture, Doc. Listen, nobody tells a story like Anton. 187 says, I am Groot. Glow Hardy is in the building, says he did it because she wasn't family, bro. You'll get it if you watch the Fast Five or Fast and Furious. AL says, sounds like a Tubi movie script. I agree. And we need to film that ASAP. Janessa Coleman is in the building, says, happy holidays, everybody. What? No police report? She says she was scared of losing her green card. Anthony Boom is in the building, says, Vin Diesel getting down like Louis C.K. is wild. Even wilder as she held on to this story for 13 years. Who remembers the Fast Five movie? Ain't they on installment number 10 or something like that right now? Shout out to my dog. Chris Simmons says, just wanted to say love and thanks, bro. Anton, continue being you. I do not care what they say about you, which should be great things. But you know you got your haters out here. But the way you explain things is definitely like no other on the tube. Shout out to Christopher Simeons in the building. I appreciate you, family. I appreciate you, family. No way in the world that I would ever be able to do it without you guys. My dog AL came back and he says, first he's too big and strong, and now she turned into She-Hulk and pushed him to the ground. I'm confused. The Right Insight says, women will fight for abortion access, equal pay, Me Too laws, but will never fight to change family court or divorce law on the gender war. I agree. Enforcer 2K9 says, how does society empower women on one side of our mouth, but then narrate and encourage weakness and victimhood on the other for a bag, not for criminal charges? It's crazy out here in the streets. Make sure y'all protect yourself. Anyways, let's continue on with the show. I will be continuing to read Super Chat shortly. Make sure you tap into the Patreon. That link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. But Chicago, show turn. They are under siege, y'all. Chicago and Philadelphia is under siege. Let me help y'all to understand why.
It is one of the most pervasive types of theft in Chicago. We're talking about stolen vehicles.
The ABC 7 data team has been tracking a rising number of these cases, and according to the Chicago police data, vehicle theft and attempted theft in the past 12 months has reached the highest level ever recorded in the city. Now, I spoke to one woman about her frustrations after her car was stolen twice and what's being done to protect Chicagoans.
It was a scary feeling. It was a nervous feeling because it was like I didn't know what to do next.
After her Kia was stolen twice in 6 months.
I had to make a decision, pay for a car note, pay for a rental car, or pay my mortgage. And since I was a homeowner, I just went without paying my mortgage because...
Wait. First of all, Kia Boys is out here doing the work. I'm confused. And maybe it's just me. And I just need a little bit of clarification. And I know we bringing Chicago to the front of the congregation because it's a war zone over there. But I am very much confused. Pay your car note, pay your mortgage, and you decided to forego paying your mortgage in order to make sure that you paid your car note. What? What? Wait. I just want to hear it one more time so that I could be clear that I heard what I thought I heard.
In 6 months.
I had to make a decision, pay for a car note, pay for a rental car, or pay my mortgage. And since I was a homeowner, I just went without paying my mortgage because I needed my car to get around. I'm a real estate agent.
Tina's
Since I'm a homeowner, I decided to not pay my mortgage so that I can get around because I'm a real estate agent. No. Listen. I'm genuinely trying to make sense of this. I just want to make sure. I want to make sure that we all, because y'all always talking about how I'm out of touch. I don't know what to do. Anton don't understand what regular people is going through. Pay my mortgage, rental car, car note. Okay, let me tell you what's wrong with this, right? The first thing that's wrong with it, and again, I'm not victim shaming out here. The first thing that's wrong with it is you telling me you that close and that you can't even afford to do what you're doing on a daily basis. And you one paycheck away from losing everything to where you got to make a decision to either pay your car note, pay your mortgage, or get a rental car. Which means you should have had insurance on the car because the insurance should have covered, in my opinion, I thought that you could get rental coverage on your insurance. And we're not victim shaming. This is Chicago, all right?
Swopes had enough. Without her car, she couldn't see clients and had to spend hundreds of dollars a week.
How do y'all get mortgages and y'all can't afford y'all mortgage? Are these the same people that's going over to Navy Federal and getting mad because they saying that they discriminating against black people? How are y'all sitting here buying homes? Because you got to put at least 3.5% down. I know they giving y'all some zero interest, like zero down. Yo, hold on. I know they got some special programs. I know they also letting y'all put 3.5% down and then you can get the PMI, which actually make it more expensive to own a property. How y'all putting 20% down and y'all ain't got enough money to pay the mortgage?
For a rental, not to mention the bogus tickets racked up in her name by the thieves.
I feel behind on light, I feel behind on gas, I feel behind on credit card bills, I feel behind on a lot of stuff.
Swopes is far from alone in dealing with the distressing drama a car theft brings. In the past 12 months,
what do car theft? Now again, I don't think that they should be stealing cars at the highest rate in history over in Chicago. But what I'm trying to understand is what they got to do with you falling behind on your credit card bills and everything else. Oh, she said she was a homeowner, so she's not a homeowner no more. Okay, hold on. What does that have to do with you falling behind? Hold on. I'm so confused. I wasn't expecting this. I'm sorry.
To mention the bogus tickets racked up in her name by the thieves.
I feel behind on light, I feel behind on gas, I feel behind on credit card bills, I feel behind on a lot of stuff.
Swopes is far from alone in dealing with the distressing drama a car theft brings. In the past 12 months, there have been more than 26,000 automobile thefts and attempted thefts in Chicago.
I wouldn't even have went on camera on this type tip. Real talk. Well, we got to get to it. Let's continue. I don't want to get distracted. I wouldn't even have went on camera.
Chicago. That's the highest number in a 12-month period since 2001, with the Austin and South Shore communities seeing more than 1,200 thefts or attempts each. According to the ABC 7 data team, Fuller Park has one of the highest rates of vehicle theft per capita in the city. 137 cars stolen out of 1,000. That's more than 1 in 10 in this neighborhood alone. When I spoke one-on-one with the mayor about his crime plan last week, he told me he's working with CPD and community partners to address the issue, but had little to say about specifics.
Look, we are working with our police department, as well as the business community, the faith community, our community-based organizations.
Faith community and community-based organizations.
To make sure that those individuals who are responsible for this terror are held accountable.
In an I-Team interview,
We're going to pray about it. It's the faith community, the community leaders. And we're going to make sure that those individuals are held accountable. Maybe we can pray for them. All bow our heads in a word of prayer. What is you talking about, man? What are you talking about, bro? We're working with our community leaders and faith partners to make sure that these people are brought to justice. That's not a plan, man. Listen, I know one thing. That's not a plan. That's the nope. That's what we call over here. That's the no plan. That's the plan that you want when you're not really having a plan, but you just got to say that you got a plan. So we're going to make sure that we put some good words behind it, and we're going to work with the faith community in order to pray off the devil. Okay. I got you.
this spring, Eugene Roy, retired chief of detectives for CPD, said he isn't surprised by the crimes.
To be perfectly candid, the violent crimes take priority. For example, a car that is
Hey, look at the repo truck. Hold on.
Is going to be investigated first and more thoroughly.
Hold on. I know y'all see the repo truck in the back, though. You see I know the repo truck when I see it. Listen, that ain't no regular tow truck. Regular tow trucks don't look like that. That's that truck that you get behind your car. Trust me, it was tight in 2007, 2008 when the recession hit. I know what the repo truck looked like. That's the truck that pull up to your house or pull up to your car when it's getting tight and you 92 days behind on your car payment. You ain't got no insurance and you ain't got no hope of being able to pay that joint, and you trying to have it at your sister's house. Yeah, that's that other tow truck. That's that other thing over there. Oh yeah, I know what that feel like. Keep seeing it ride by in your house. You think you hoping it's for somebody else, but you know when they trying to figure out if you home or not. Yeah, that's that one. That's the one that they follow you to the gas station, and when you go inside, they go ahead and pull on behind you, and you think that you got your car stolen, but you really know in the deep side of your heart that you was 92 days over your car payment, and they sent them boys out to get you. Yeah, I know. I know that one. I know that one.
And that auto theft.
I done seen plenty of Chargers, Challengers, Hellcats, Nissan Altimas, all on them type of cars, all of them.
At that point, carjackings are down from a pandemic high, 1,321 in the last 12 months, down 19.3%. As
God forbid that we get above the 2,000 mark in carjackings again.
for Swopes, her twice-stolen car was recovered, but she wants more action from the city and state to reduce thefts.
Some people don't even have the fight to even go through what I went through. Some people would just throw their hands up and file bankruptcy. I won't file bankruptcy at all. I'm not going to do that to my credit. What I will do is I'll stand up and fight because that's just who I am.
Leave it to the community. Lose your house, lose your car, every bill you got is behind, but we gonna fight for my credit though. I'm gonna call the credit repair agency to make sure that we get things together. Listen, I'm not about to file for bankruptcy because I'm fighting for my credit, because bankruptcy don't come off. It got to stay on your credit for what? 7 years, 10 years or something like that? Oh God, Jesus. Lord help me. Leave it to the community to fight for their credit. They will let everything burn around them, but they got to keep that credit. I'm going to fight for my credit. Okay. Listen, I feel sorry that the Kia boys got you. They should have never did that. But at the same time, ma'am, I'm going to need you to go ahead and two things can be true at the same time. We got to get our lives together, y'all.
People who live in several west and northwest side neighborhoods on edge today after a group of attackers pull off more than a dozen armed robberies in just 2 hours, and in some cases pistol whip their victims. The brazenness of the crime is shocking to watch as a group of robbers wielding guns pull off a mini crime spree in several Chicago neighborhoods. This security video shows one of the gunmen trying to carjack a passing vehicle in the 4300 block of West Armitage Avenue. Unsuccessful, he turns his attention to a person walking down the street, while the other gunman appeared to rob another person inside a nearby laundromat. It happened early Wednesday morning around 5:10 a.m. Investigators say the armed robberies began during the overnight hours here in the 1200 block of South St. Louis. There, police say the armed robbers approached their victims after getting out of a white Nissan Maxima. The victims are then robbed.
Always in the Maxima. Altimas and Maximas. Keep on ruining car brands. Hellcats, Altimas, Maximas, Durangos. Always, listen, if you in Chicago, watch out for anybody that's pulling up to you in a Maxima. And they don't just take your junk, they got a pistol whip you too.
Of their belongings at gunpoint. Chicago police have issued a community alert warning of the danger. Detectives say in one of the attacks, the offenders got out of a blue car, possibly a Nissan, adding that a white Honda Civic may also have been used in the crime.
Did they have a spoon engine from Hector?
Crimes. The crime spree ended here in the 1400 block of North Waller Avenue. Investigators say all of the armed robberies happened within 10 to 15 minutes of one another. It appears the same group of offenders may be responsible for the robbery spree.
Look at these dudes.
In several of the attacks, the victims were struck in the face with a handgun.
Look at these niggas
Chicago
shooting.
police say
Did you just see them shooting? Look at this nonsense. This is Chicago. This is a... With the lights out and everything. Look at these dudes. They go because the person wouldn't stop because they know that y'all trying to carjack them. And because you don't stop, this is what they doing. Look, y'all.
Attacks, the victims were struck in the face with a handgun. Chicago police.
These dudes is shooting.
Several of the attacks, the victims were struck in the face with a handgun. Chicago police say in an additional incident, one of the armed robbers pointed a gun. Chicago police say in an additional incident, one of the armed robbers pointed a gun at one of the victims who had just witnessed a robbery, then ran them down an alley and eventually robbed them too.
Jesus.
So far, no one is in custody and no arrests have been made.
Let's go ahead and continue. Why not?
Migrant buses coming from Texas are now stopping in the suburbs. There's a crackdown, as you know, a new one here in Chicago.
Joni Lam has the details.
It appears that Texas is trying to get around local legal requirements and dropping off migrants in suburbs. Last night, a group was dropped off at the train station in Lockport. This is video sent to us from a viewer at the metro station in Lockport. Police were called and confirmed that the bus came from El Paso and had a few dozen migrants on board. Police gave them water and food and coordinated with Chicago to have them taken to the city for processing and shelter.
PJs.
Local leaders say what the Texas governor is doing amounts to human trafficking.
We find ourselves in this condition because people like the governor of Texas, Governor Abbott, are engaged in human trafficking, spending billions of dollars to cause hurt and to cause political divisions so that they can profit from the political advantage that they seek.
Last night's group was...
How are they profiting? They just trying to get y'all to get the borders closed. Yo, Greg Abbott got their foot on y'all neck. To everybody in Chicago, you getting bullied at this point. Not only do he got the PJ flying over while y'all on defense the whole time. You in react mode, he in proactive mode. He 10 steps ahead of y'all. Greg Abbott got y'all and is literally told y'all to take y'all shirt off, put your hands on the bed, and let me go and get my belt. He ain't, listen, he said, oh, okay, we can't drop him off in Chicago. We going to drop him off in every single city. We still running the buses up there. We running the buses and the PJs out there. So we going to drop them off in every city surrounding Chicago. And then we going to give them bus money to be able to find themselves into your city. And I'm going to let y'all deal with it. He is literally whooping y'all tail. He got the blueprint. Illinois' governor ain't doing nothing about it. He ain't trying to compete against them. Greg Abbott got y'all in the chokehold. Greg Abbott got y'all. He said, I'm gonna play it the way that I want to play it. And since you want to be a tough guy and you want to lean on your faith and you want to call me evil and raggedy, I'm gonna show you just how petty I can be. He got the migrants being dropped off in every city around y'all, on top of running the PJ out there to the airport. He getting the migrants dropped off at the Clearport and in the suburbs. He got you in a finger four leg lock. He got you in a finger four leg lock. He hitting y'all from every single angle that he can possibly hit you from. He giving you gut punches. He giving you them kidney shots. He hitting you in your face. And all y'all doing is sitting there whining and complaining about it, and you can't do a thing about it. No, you wanted to dedicate yourself into being a migrant. Oh, we going to pass a law to say that any bus that come in here doing off hours is going to be, no, okay, I got you. You want to be humane? I'm going to show you just how humane I am. He said, we've been dealing with this for decades and years to no avail. And you blocked the one chance that we got in order to be able to close off our borders and try to stem this tide. And you want to say that you're a sanctuary city in order to get a political up one on us in order to make yourself look good? I'm going to see exactly how you deal with the migrant crisis, because we've been dealing with it for a long time. I am in support of Greg Abbott. I think that he should continue to send every bus, every jet ski, every private jet. I think that he should send bicycles, electric vehicles. I think that he should create an entire underground railroad running from Texas to Chicago to Denver to Atlanta and to New York. Just keep it away from Detroit. Keep it away from Michigan. Just run it into every single sanctuary city that wanted to play tough. And y'all went over to y'all big brother and said, Greg Abbott is beating us up. And he was like, that's nice. Let me throw this FBI investigation on you, Greg Adams. He should run an entire underground railroad to every sanctuary city to make sure that y'all really, really get the feel the brunt of this and put it in your budget and let the Chicago taxpayers deal with it. I'm in support. Me in Texas, we here. I feel you, Tex. I feel you, Greg. I'm in support of what you doing in Chicago 100%. That's what they get for continuing to talk junk about the 89-90 Pistons. We don't want to hear that no more. Christian West says, after the major situation, I'm not sure how this will go. We know how it's going to go. Cassie gave all of y'all a battery in y'all back, and now y'all feeling empowered. Cause Carno, they coming to get that thing after like 1 or 2 missed payments. Are they? See, back in the 2008s, they gave you like 90 days before they started to come and get your car. They coming to get it after 1 or 2 missed payments? Ken J, you a mess out here. Glow Hardy says that single member LLC tow truck. Hey, if you a repo man, you can go and get the bag. If you a repo man and you don't mind dealing with a couple of bullies, you can go and get the bag. Ken J says all while stuck in a wheelchair, they getting bullied by a cripple. Facts. I appreciate y'all. Let's continue over with the show because we got a little bit more that we want to cover. First and foremost, Denver ain't doing too much better either. Denver ain't doing too much better either. Mike Johnson, one of the mayors that went over there to Chicago in order to have a conversation with Biden, and Biden said, that's nice. Let me tell you what they dealing with over in Denver.
All new tonight at 10 buses arrived in Denver today with 341 migrants inside. The city says Denver is on track for receiving 100 migrant buses just this month.
One of the main spots they're landing is Zuni and Spear, and nearby residents are complaining about a growing mess. Fox 31's Gabby Easterwood joining us with their concerns. Gabby?
Yeah, with more migrants coming in, residents' concerns are definitely growing. One of those concerns, though, being the trash created by this many people in one spot.
Any given day, you can find Bo Blackford.
Oh, he got a spoon engine. He must have got that from Hector.
Working on his pride and joy.
A beautiful stock Honda.
A few doors down from Bo is Ralph Williams, who's lived on this block for 2 decades.
Look at these good white men.
I'm amazed that it's there. I mean, like, it's a total WTF moment.
These tents and hundreds of migrants nearing both of their doorsteps.
Oh, snaps. They running the Carter over in Denver. Listen, fam. If you see a dude, now I'm not a bias. I'm not using any kind of bias. I'm just telling you what to look out for as a person that was raised in a hood. Listen. If you see a dude with white shorts in the wintertime and black Air Force Ones, get the hell out of job. Get the hell up out of there. If they got a backpack, white shorts, ashy legs, black Air Force Ones, white socks, and it's the wintertime, get the hell out of Dodge, fam. You in trouble. You are in trouble. I don't want to be around nobody with white jean shorts on in the wintertime with a backpack on and black Air Forces. I'm telling you. That's trouble. You ain't asking for nothing but trouble in that type of situation. Get out of there. Walk across the street, go back in your car, lock the door, turn that car on, and get the hell up out of Dodge. You not about to get me. You think I don't know what you up to? The devil is in you. The devil is running rampant, and he jumps into people's bodies that got on white jean shorts and black Air Force Ones. That's a fact, though. Every person that I've seen get arrested. Look at this encampment.
These tents and hundreds of migrants nearing both of their doorsteps.
I just keep seeing more buses show up and more and more. And
hold on. Dude had a Barbie hoodie on.
Nearing both of their.
Where you see a guy with a Barbie hoodie on? It's somebody with a Barbie hoodie on.
Moment.
These tents and hundreds of migrants nearing both of their.
Look at this. Good God.
Doorsteps.
I just keep seeing more buses show up and more and more. And it stresses me out. And if the tents look like they're coming up here, I don't want to live there.
Originally, the city was picking up trash from the encampment 3 times a week. Now it's 5, but residents say that's still not cutting it.
Look at that.
The more people that show up, it might even need to be daily.
At least 2 times a day. I mean, it's a mess. It's overflowing
Hey,
everywhere.
tell your husband, is your husband a criminal, Marcella? He got on black Air Force Ones. What do he do for a living? He work on cars? Tell husband I said, what up, though?
The trash highlighting the major issues with the migrant numbers. The city says they're working diligently to get these people into housing, but that presents its own issues because many aren't authorized to work. And if they can't work, there's only so much to go around.
I'm worried about what it's going to be when they're all desperate and there's not enough to go around.
Oh, you know what's going to happen.
And the city says they are working to open an additional shelter soon. We also brought the trash pickup concerns to a city spokesperson, and he said he'd bring it back to his team for a solution. So we will continue to keep you updated. Live in studio, Gabby.
Now, I want to keep y'all aware, because this is not just a problem where it's like, oh, okay, they coming in, they being let in, ain't no plan for them. The government don't really want to close off the borders. They holding y'all funding hostage for border patrol and security and walls and stuff. Hey, hold on. Before we deep dive into this, remember when black people, the most, and white women, I remember when black people and white women were against building the wall. Yeah, listen, you not gonna get me to forget. I remember y'all was posting on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, and y'all was like, nah, we don't need to build the wall. We got bigger things that we need to worry about. They over here, police brutality and we marching with Black Lives Matters. We need to go and buy our Black Lives Matters hoodies and donate to the organization. And then they finessed y'all. And now y'all want to come back over here and say, oh, what is going on with our border? No, you wanted this. You asked for it. You fought for this. You said out of your own mouth, defund the police. I remember you. I remembered you. Tanya Talks 2437. John BLM 1732. The streets don't love me, but Black Lives Matters do 94. I remember all of y'all tag names. I remember your name. I remember your handle. I'm on it, but she riding it 79. I love Usher 64. Tupac Bust Me Down 73. I know who you was. I remember you on Facebook, Instagram. You just because you changed your internet handle don't mean that I don't remember what you was doing out here in these streets. Yeah. I remember who you are. You're not gonna sit here and lie to me like you wasn't who you was when you was advocating for it. It's still on your profile. You just changed your name. You just changed your internet name. Yeah. Bundles on bundles on bundles. Didn't even have no numbers in there. Your name was just bundles on bundles on bundles. I remember you. Bundles on bundles on bundles. I seen you. Yeah. But guess what? That's not it. This is how it's really affecting you.
So the growing economic impact of Biden's border crisis. A new report from the Center for Immigration Studies show nearly 3 in 5 illegal immigrants households are on taxpayer-funded welfare support.
Let me read that one more time for y'all. A new study found got 100 bodies, 25. That was their name. I remember her too. Discounts 5,000 on bundles. Yep, I seen her. Florida Wick 420, Blicky 9,000. Yep. Absolutely. Nearly 3 in 5 illegal. Nearly 3 in 5 illegal alien households are on taxpayer-funded welfare, and that's what we can track. Nearly 3 in 5 illegal, not legal, illegal, meaning that they're not even supposed to be here in the first place, are on taxpayer-funded welfare. That means that over the 15, 16 million people that we could even document that got into this country, 60% of them, not 50, not 40, not 30, not 20, not 10, 60%, you paying for it.
Steve Camarada is the research director at the Center for Immigration Studies, and he joins us now. So 60% of the folks that are coming here illegally are being supported by the taxpayer. So what happened to all of these folks saying they're giving to society?
Right. So what happens is very often illegal immigrants have U.S.-born children. Most illegal immigrant-headed households have a U.S.-born child, so they get the benefits on behalf of a U.S.-born child. The reason that they qualify is because they're so poor. And the reason they're poor is that most, but by no means all, illegal immigrants tend to have very modest levels of education, so they do work. This is not because they don't work. This is because they work, but they make very low income. And I think what a lot of people don't realize is if you work but make low income, you qualify for everything.
So, one of the finesses that's been happening literally for decades is that it's largely been understood and documented that people that come in here from Chinese-led households a lot of times and from Asian-led households a lot of times, they fly over to the United States of America, they conceal their pregnancies, and then they wind up having children on American soil, which then gives them and their children citizenship into the country. Now, I might have a detail here wrong, detail a few here wrong, but they have children born on American soil, which then give them dual citizenship to wherever it is that they go back from. Now, that then qualifies you for public assistance in these social programs. Come on. I need you to understand what the finesse is. That then qualifies you as an American citizen within the household for the social programs based off of how much that you generate. So now you get all of the public assistance, and you get all of the monies and all of the resources, and you get all of the legs up, and they won't let your feet touch the ground, baby, because this is America. This ain't no true capitalistic country. This is socialism. And nearly 3 in 5 illegal immigrants wind up getting public assistance, and this is one of the reasons why. And this is what your husband who was in the military fought for. This is what he fought for. Yep.
Everything from food stamps to free school lunch to the WIC program to public housing to the earned income tax credit. So working doesn't preclude welfare use. And what we're seeing is a lot of illegal immigrants do find jobs, but they're poor, and so they and often their children qualify for these programs.
Steve, it shouldn't be a surprise to us, though. These folks are coming to the country illegally, so they don't have the proper documentation. Many of them don't speak English, and many of them are paid under the table. And the reason why they're paid under the table is because it's cheap labor. Americans wouldn't do those jobs, but they want a fair wage. These people they're on a slave-based labor system where no one reasonable person would take those jobs for that pay, right?
Well, that certainly happens. And just by their presence here, they tend to lower wages because they're increasing the supply of workers at the bottom end of the labor market. However, the difference between what happens when illegal immigrants have work authorization and don't isn't enormous if the illegal immigrant themselves has very modest skills, and that's often very true. So again, yes, it's true that when they work off the books, sometimes they work for less. But it's really the case that they're just very modestly educated. And that
I pulled up to the mall, what was this, like a few months ago? And this is when I really started deep diving into the immigration issues and the open borders and things like that. And I pulled up to the mall and I met a guy at Valet because he really liked the Impala. It was literally when I bought the 96 Impala. That's what it was. Because I had just took it out for the first time. And I drove it, and I took it to the mall, and they valeted it and stuff like that. And he was like, oh, my God, nice car and such, right? And it was a big, tall, and I actually did a video, and I was talking to him because he had a black girlfriend, and she was finessing or whatever. But, she had her hair in her bundles or whatever. And he was an older Arabic man, not older, but he kind of was like an older Arabic man, really tall. And so we was talking, and then we wound up getting into a conversation because he really liked the car and he was offering to buy it. And I was like, nah. And we started finding out what each other do. And he was like, yo, listen, we need to do business together. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, you into real estate and stuff like that, right? I said, yeah. He said, if I'm lying, I'm flying. If I'm lying, I'm flying. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Hello? Hey, what up? You busy?
Hey, I'm at brunch for Anna's birthday.
Oh, okay. Tell Hannah I said happy birthday.
Anton said happy birthday. Said thank you.
Did you tell her what I said this morning?
I did tell her.
What'd she say?
She just was laughing.
I don't want nobody talking to my girls.
I told her.
I don't want nobody talking to my girls. Let me talk to her.
Hold on one second. Hello.
I don't want nobody talking to my girls.
Oh my gosh. You don't think I should hit him back?
Girl, I will kill you if you ever hit that dude up.
I'm not. That's so funny.
Well, I'll talk to you later. Let me talk to Rita real quick.
Okay, here she is.
Hey, do you remember when we met that guy at Somerset, that guy that had the black girlfriend that had the construction company? What did he tell me about his workers?
That they don't be wanting to work.
No. The guy that told me that he had workers from out of town.
Wait. The guy we met outside, we about to park our car.
Yeah.
Oh, he said that they be on it.
What kind of workers? Did you remember what kind of workers he said he had?
I don't remember what ethnicity he said. I don't.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Bye. This dude said he had some Venezuelans. The dude basically told me he had some dudes that came from the migrant crisis working for him as a construction. Now, I just meet this guy. I literally just meet this guy, and he like, yo, Ton, I can get it, whatever it is that you got going on, done for way cheaper because I got some guys that's gonna work, and they straight off the boat, they straight from the immigration, they came straight off of the border. He said they don't speak much English, but they absolutely positively can take care of business. I got to tell y'all about what that is too, because they out here trying to holler at my girls. I don't like that junk. Let me read some of the super chats, and then we're gonna get over to that, because I need to have a conversation real quick. K7XC says, y'all think 2020 was crazy? This is for just wait for 2024. 2024. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Yo. Okay. Rod Jones says, stop stereotyping AD. Black Air Force Ones. King James is in the building, says, did you see Vivek speaking to truckers? No, I didn't. Send that to me, because I got a whole segment dedicated to Vivek coming up next week. I'm trying to wait to see if I can get him up on a platform, but we're going to see what happens. He over there riding in a private jet and stuff. Yo. I don't even know if I should tell this story. I'll give y'all a preview because I'm going to tell y'all over the weekend. But, so I got different women that surround me and things like that. And, I had a conversation with Rashad McCants, and we're going to get over into the next portion of the show. I had my dog Rashad come in, and we were talking, and he was giving me the game on how NBA players try to talk to women at games. Even if their man is there, especially if the man is not there, they're familiar with who's sitting what seat and all of this stuff, right? So it was an NBA game yesterday, and I sent some of my people, including Rita, and I sent them to the game yesterday. And it's Friday, right? I'll be goddamn that junk didn't play out exactly the way that he said that it play out. They called me on the phone like, Anton, I can't believe that just really happened. And I said, what the fuck is going on down there? And I'm not going to tell y'all the name of the NBA players. I'm not going to do it. Anton, they sent the ball boy over there and said that, hey, do you know who this player is? And we was like, no, we don't know them like that. And they said, well, he said to hit them up, and here's his number, or hit him up on Instagram and shit like that. And I said, no, these rat bastards didn't try to pull the exact play that Rashad McCants told me that NBA players be doing when you ain't at the game. I couldn't believe it, bro. I was so mad. Cause I am selfish. I'm very, very selfish. I'm very, very selfish. I'm very selfish. I'm gonna go into it a little bit more. I'm not gonna say no names because I don't mess up the game or whatever like that. But I couldn't believe it. What you mean? Tell here's our numbers, or hit me up on the gram. No woman around me. No. The answer is no. I couldn't believe it. Yo, don't let nobody sit courtside. Me and Rashad got some stuff that we working on into the new year. And we shout out to the work, WURK. We working on some stuff. I got Rashad coming back in the new year, and we working and stuff like that. I couldn't believe that shit. I couldn't believe it. It was the wildest thing that I had ever heard in my entire life. I called him. I said, yo, fam, that junk really be happening. He said, I told you, Anton, this is the way they do it. This is the blueprint and all. I said, all right. All right. Shout out to my dog, Rashad Wakants. I couldn't believe it, bro. I could not believe it. Nigga, you just... Because if I say any details, then y'all going to start to figure out who it is. So I can't, or who they are, but I can't go into that. Anyways, moving on. We got to go ahead and continue with the show. I couldn't believe it. Y'all supposed to be focusing on hitting your free throws. They trying to get Trump off the ballot. They trying to get Trump off the ballot, y'all. Make sure you hit a like for the YouTube algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications.
Well, Colorado isn't the only state where former President Donald Trump could be barred from the ballot following the historic ruling there.
Now, he faces efforts to disqualify him from the ballot in multiple other states. In California, for example, the state's lieutenant governor called on Secretary of State Shirley Weber to look for every legal option to remove Trump from the ballot, citing the Colorado decision. Similar efforts are playing out in Maine as well.
CBS News campaign reporter Olivia Rinaldi joins us now. Olivia, walk us through the effort by the California lieutenant governor to try and remove Trump from the state's ballot. What's going on?
Yeah, hi, Lana and Errol. It's a very unusual situation that's going on in California right now. As you mentioned, she sent a letter to the Secretary of State asking her to look at all efforts, all possibilities in removing Trump from the ballot there. I want to read from the letter she sent. She said, California must stand on the right side of history, and the Constitution is clear. You must be 35 years old and not be an insurrectionist to be on the ballot in that.
Think about what they're doing, y'all. This is not even a democracy anymore. This is not even a democracy anymore. Citing Colorado. Now, I did this whole report, I believe it was yesterday or the day before. And they're doing anything that they possibly can to basically finesse the system to try to prevent this guy from getting into office. They don't even want they don't even want y'all to decide who the president is. Look, if somebody loses, then they just lose. If they lose, then they just lose. But the other side of it is you can't prevent somebody from being able to get elected by trying to finesse the system. They literally says, word for word, do anything that you can to prevent him from actually being on the ballot. What kind of nonsense is this? Now, on the flip side, and because this has happened in multiple different states, let's cite California, for example, right? Now, the problem with California is that I haven't even seen a Republican win California in my lifetime. So I'm not really sure if that means anything. But what they're doing is they're incentivizing and trying to convince other places, especially in these swing states, from executing and doing the same playbook that Colorado did, especially if you are a predominantly blue state or you have a Supreme Court in that state that leans blue. What the? And they're not even hiding it no more. They're openly finessing by they communicating with each other and they saying, listen, Secretary of State in California, figure out and go through with a fine-tooth comb every single thing that's going on in there and figure out how you can keep this man from even being on the ballot. What? What?
That state. She also mentioned that time is really of the essence here. Even though the California primary is in March, the decision of who must be on the ballot for the primary must be made by December 28th. That's just next week. So time is really of the essence here for the Secretary of State to weigh in on whether or not Donald Trump should be on the ballot in that state and explore other efforts to take him off of it.
And what's interesting as you look at the different efforts from state to state is they're coming forward in different ways. So you had the lieutenant governor looking for an option in California, in Colorado.
I know Mike Jones.
That was a case brought before the court. But the situation, I understand, is different in Maine. Why is that?
Yeah, the situation in Maine is also quite unusual here. You know, a lot of these lawsuits have been brought all around the country asking secretaries of state to really weigh in whether or not Donald Trump should appear on the ballot based on the 14th Amendment. And most of them had said it's not really up to them and they've left the courts to decide for it, but not in Maine. She's been having hearings on whether or not Donald Trump should appear on the ballot there. Of course, Team Trump has argued that it's not really up for a Secretary of State to decide whether or not he should appear on the ballot. I do want to note that her decision was expected to come tomorrow, but now her office is saying that could come as soon as next week. But
well, of course it's going to come as soon as next week, because to make the determination of whether he can be on the ballot has to come before the end of the year. And so now they're racing. It's December 22nd as of the recording of this video, or as of the live stream of this video. And by December 28th, they have to have found every loophole or try to execute on it in order to try to get this man's name off the ballot. What? And see, this is the thing. And when y'all see stuff that happens like this, when y'all see, I know what you're talking about, Tony. When y'all see stuff that happens like this, it's important to nip it in the bud. And the reason why you got to nip it in the bud is because you can't say, well, yeah, Colorado was stupid. No. Now what Colorado did was inspire some place like Maine or California to then leverage their Secretary of State to do some bunch of stuff illegally to try to get him off the ballot. Truth Over Emotion says, when has this ever happened in history? I don't know. I don't think this has ever happened ever in history. This has never happened in history. What are we talking about? What are we doing? What is this country becoming? This is becoming a socialized communist China place that's basically manipulating y'all right in front of y'all eyes, and they don't even have to hide it anymore because you're not even going to get upset enough to do nothing about it. You ain't like you're going to advocate against the Secretary of State in your city. You don't even know. I bet y'all don't even know who the Secretary of State, the people that's over in California. Who's the Secretary of State in California? Most people don't even know who the Secretary of State is in their own cities. Or I'm sorry, not in their own city, in their own states. Most people have no clue who the Secretary of State is, what they do, why their position is important, especially when it comes to the election. More people, listen, y'all got to get involved. Y'all got to pay attention to what's going on.
But the hypothetical being here that if she says Trump should not be on the ballot in Maine, we can fully expect his team to file a lawsuit against that decision. And so it's going to play out in the courts anyways in Maine. But we will be watching for her decision.
Well, I want to ask you about the 2020 election case and special counsel Jack Smith. He's urging the Supreme Court to act quickly on Trump's immunity claim in a new filing. Why does he want the high court to act quickly on this particular question?
Right, of course, as you mentioned, Jack Smith just filed a brief response to the Supreme Court saying that it is in their utmost interest to take up the question of presidential immunity swiftly. In reading from that response, he said a prompt resolution in this case favors an immediate definitive decision by this court. He also mentioned United States versus Nixon and saying that the stakes in this case are as high, if not higher. Given the expeditious response here, we can anticipate the Supreme Court will make a decision soon on whether or not they're going to take up that issue. But part of the reason here that Smith wants this to stay on the same timeline for the Supreme Court to take this up as quickly is he and other prosecutors have been gathering evidence about Trump's alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. And they find it imperative that the American voters hear that new evidence before they decide to vote him back into office in 2024 if he is the GOP candidate. And by all means, it looks like he's going to be.
Yeah.
And this is unfortunate because the minute that they start to really fear somebody, that's when they start to tear you down. And they're doing it to a former president. They're doing it to a former president, and they're literally trying to prevent him from even getting on the ballot, or they want to try to sour your thoughts towards him. And this is I have never seen nothing like this in my lifetime. It worries me a little bit. It worries me. It worries me that they're so blatant in it. I know that there's always been underhanded things that's been going on in society for a long time, but give me the choice to be able to choose for myself. It's unfortunate. Let me read I'm gonna read the super chat shortly. I want to present this last thing to you because I did a review on the Anton Daniels channel of what Taraji P. Henson said when she was crying to the Actors Guild. And over the weekend, I'll probably do a morning live stream either Saturday or Sunday morning because I got to fly over to Miami tomorrow. But I'll probably do a morning live stream or something like that where I break down what her thoughts are in additional context that was being asked of her on another interview, right? But before we get into that, and I'm going to read the super chat shortly. Stephen A. Smith did a reaction to what Taraji P. Henson was crying about the fact that she don't make as much money as men or she hasn't got a big payday and all of this stuff, right? And I want to share that with you guys. Make sure you get a like for the YouTube algorithm, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications. Let's see what Stephen A. Smith had to say about it.
Right now, I want to transition to Hollywood, which I am a minute part of. One of the beauties of doing what I do for a living is that I get an opportunity to meet and ultimately be associated with some of the greatest talent that exists in this nation.
I got it on 125, and the junk's still slow.
Shapes, forms, and sizes in various professions. In this particular instance, I'm going to highlight Hollywood, Black Hollywood, Black females in Hollywood.
I got it on 1.5 speed, and it still sounds like he's talking at a regular space.
Now, I recently read news about barriers being broken. I mean, we had the great Kerry Washington elevating herself to going from 80,000 per episode to over 250,000 per episode, according to reports, when she was doing Scandal, one of my favorite shows all time. How to Get Away with Murder, Viola Davis. Once upon a time, she was making $250 an episode, and then they said she had elevated to making nearly $450,000 per episode. And just recently, we read reports that the marvelous, the wonderful, the incomparable, the sensational Angela Bassett, whose husband, Courtney Vance, he's a guy I love too, but boy, is he a lucky man. My God, she's so beautiful. And women just need to take notes from her. I mean, just look at her. You need to take notes. But I won't focus on that too much. What I'll say instead is that she's a sensational actress. We know what kind of a job she did in Malcolm X. We know what.
Hey, listen. Stop simping, bro. Just get to it. Like, you don't have to be over generous with the compliments, trying to appeal to the female aspect of an audience. We don't want to hear that junk, bro. Just stop simping, bro.
Type of job she did and What's Love Got to Do with It. Playing Tina Turner. We know all of the marvelous roles that she's been, but now on 911, not only as a lead actress, but an executive producer on the show. She's broken barriers because now it's reported she's going to be making more than $450,000 per episode. But there's always a few. Just like with the.
What do you mean by breaking barriers? I don't really understand that logic or that term, breaking barriers. It's weird to me. I believe that you get paid what A, you negotiate, and B, the value that they see in you. And so if they generating a significant amount of resources as a result of you being a part of that, how do you justify how much you're worth? Do you go by how much that the franchise? I'll give you an example, right? Let's say, for example, that I create a platform or I create a new show. And if you created that show on your own, so you started a brand new platform and you decided to leverage and have a great show or whatever, because I see people create platforms and stuff. It's a podcast that show pop up every single day, right? And let's say you create a show on your own and it don't go. Now, let's say, for example, I bring your show over to my platform, or I create a show based around you and it go. Meaning that I know how to market you, I'm leveraging my visibility, I'm participating in the process, but it's your show. How do you determine what the value is of that show? Do you determine what the value is based off of how much I make? Do you determine what the value is based off of the risk that I take? Or is it just because you count in my pockets and you say, but Anton is making X amount of dollars per year and that's why I should be getting paid more? Or is it based off of what you should be able to generate on your own? If we set you out on your own and told you to get your own production crew, your own film studio, put your own money up, and then be able to put up, do it and produce it yourself, would you be able to generate as much money as you using this major platform to do it yourself? Is it what you negotiate? Or is it based off of what you think that you're worth, or are you also counting other people's pockets? It's plenty of actors I just seen Terrence Howard the other day. I looked at a clip of him the other day talking about how he only made, I believe, like $12,000 with Hustle and Flow. $12,000 with Hustle and Flow. Nobody batted an eye. Nobody batted an eye. It wasn't a content creator. It wasn't a man. It wasn't a woman. It wasn't anybody out here in these streets. Yeah, I know the likes is low. I'm not going to worry about it. It wasn't not one person out here in these streets that tripped about it. And you know why? Because we all understand. We all understand that you get what it is that you kill. You eat what you kill. And so if you Denzel Washington and you can carry a movie and people are going to the movies just because you Denzel Washington, it don't matter what it is. We going to see, hey, Denzel in that movie, we going to see Denzel. If you Leonardo DiCaprio, then we going to see that movie because you Leonardo Cap. Right? Terrence Howard said, listen, I only got this for that. And ain't nobody say nothing. They was just chilling. They was chilling. As a matter of fact, when Terrence Howard got mad at Marvel Studios because they didn't pay him what he thought he was worth, they replaced him with Don Cheadle and ain't nobody bat an eye. They replaced Terrence Howard was the original. He was the original right-hand man next to Robert Downey Jr. and nobody tripped. They replaced him with Don Cheadle was like, hey, I'll take that position, boss. I'll take your position, boss. Next thing you know, he was War Machine. He was in Endgame. He was in Infinity War. He was in every single Marvel movie and everything like that. And nobody batted an eye. But when you see a woman cry about the thing that they advocated for, which they advocated for equal, all of a sudden we need to break barriers. Now we got to break barriers. Oh, don't worry about it. I'm going to drop the link. And you ain't even got a cam up if you don't want to. If you think that I'm wrong, listen, I'm going to give priority to the ladies. If you think that I'm wrong, then go ahead and hit the link when I drop it very, very shortly, and we going to get to it. Nobody tripped when Don Cheadle replaced Terrence Howard as War Machine. But because we get an eye...
Men. There's Morgan Freeman, there's Will Smith, there's Denzel Washington. They stand out above the crowd, but the vast majority of others, you heard Terrence Howard recently complaining about the kind of stuff that transpires.
I haven't seen him react to this. I just seen this, and so I'm reacting to it. So now he's mentioning these people. It actually justified my argument.
Henson is another matter. She's another matter. Because she recently spoke as a guest being interviewed by Gayle King on Sirius XM. Taraji P. Henson became very, very emotional when asked if there is any truth to reports that she is contemplating giving up acting altogether. Listen to what this woman had to say. Now, we could sit up there and go off, and we could say, come on, but I don't want to hear that shit. We're talking about one of the great ones here that was reduced to tears because of a simple question that made her inflect.
So weak.
And contemplate what kind of future was worth having.
I'm going to drop the
if
link
it was in the acting
for y'all.
industry because of what she's experiencing. I could point out that Keke Palmer and Gabrielle Union both spoke out, proclaiming they agreed totally with Taraji and that she ain't tell one single lie about the disparity of pay for black actresses. Okay? And I, for one, can tell you that because black actresses have been telling me that for years. The list goes on and on about the multitude of actresses who have spoken about the disparity in pay. What was Gabrielle Union paid when she was in Bad Boys 2 with Will Smith and Martin Lawrence? I know they were paid at least.
Who was going to see Bad Boys 2 for Gabrielle Union? Come on, man. Hold on. Let's. I can't do it with these simping dudes, bro. Somebody tell me who was going to see Bad Boys or Bad Boys 2 with Gabrielle Union? Who went to the show? Let's just keep it 100. Who went to the show in order to see Gabby? Who went to the show to see Bad Boys 2 to go see Gabrielle Union? The show don't even go unless you go to see Martin Lawrence and Will Smith. How can we sit here and justify Gam getting money like that, getting Will Smith and Martin Lawrence money, when nobody went to go? I didn't even remember the fact that Gabrielle Union was in Bad Boys 2. What is you talking about, bro? You don't get the same amount just because you, okay, so I guess everybody should make the same amount as LeBron James and Steph Curry, huh? Or Giannis. Should everybody in the NBA, because they on the floor, make the same amount? No, we understand it. It's a hierarchy. And most of those dudes is just happy to be at the end of the bench trying to shoot their shot at your girl, looking in the audience and giving encouragement. To get to the league minimum is an appreciation. Somebody checking for Gabrielle Union and Bad Boys 2. What is Stephen A. talking? I dropped a link, so anybody that disagrees with me, not if you agree with me, don't come on here if you agree with me. If you have a disagreement with me with anything and you want to hold me accountable, you have the link is pinned to the top of the chat. You have the ability to be able to hold me accountable right now. Don't say that you ain't used to it. Don't say that you got something to say. I don't want to hear you going back and forth. You got the ability to be able to come up here right now and hold me accountable. Only if you agree with me. Don't come up here trying to get a free coaching call. Don't ask me what I think about your career. I don't want to hear none of that. If you disagree with me, this is your opportunity. You don't even have to be on camera. You are more than welcome to be able to come up here and discuss your grievances with me. If you do it cordially, you'll be met with cordial energy. If you want to turn up, I'm built for that. I got time today.
20 million. I don't think she got one. I think that might be pushing it. She was damn near the star of the movie. Bad Boys 2 was a hell of a movie, and she was damn near the star. Her role was just as prominent as those two, and still.
I don't know if he just really wants some box, if he's shooting his shot at Gabrielle Union or what. I don't know if he's shooting his shot at Gabrielle Union or what. I have no clue if he just got done reading a Steve Harvey book, if he been listening to Boyce Watkins. I don't know what he's smoking right now. I don't know what Stephen A. been smoking right now. But this man is so far off the reservation and is in sip mode. I am losing my. This guy just went all the way. He is on his way into the Hall of Fame of Symptom. Link is in the description for anybody that want to come up here and disagree with me. You don't even have to be on camera.
The disparity. Keke Palmer's qualified. She's been in this business since she was a child. She's qualified.
Keke Palmer.
To make those statements. Vanessa Williams. Both Vanessa Williams. Because there's two of them. The former Miss America and the other one. They've spoken out in the past, along with various others. And I think about the marvelous black actresses. I'm thinking about Gabrielle Union. You know how I feel about Sanaa Lathan. How about Regina King? How about Regina Hall?
Hey, when is the last movie that Sanaa Lathan, respectfully, what's the last movie that Sanaa Lathan hit, was the lead in, that didn't need a co-star to carry her throughout the movie? The Best Man? Regina King? Jesus Christ. Man, let me tell you, bro, most of these women deserve to be in a Tyler Perry play. Not even a movie, a Tyler Perry play. That's it. Most of these women just need to be in a Tyler Perry play and sit down. I don't know what he's smoking today.
How about Vanessa Williams? How about, Kerry Washington?
Nope.
Angela Bassett, who I just brought up. Viola Davis?
Nope.
Alfre Woodard? There's marvelous black actresses all over the place. With the skills, ability, and the draw, they certainly don't diminish the quality or compromise the draw of the films they participate in. The love, where is it?
This is crazy.
And why am I going off about this? Because you know what? Men need to speak up. Don't we talk about being leaders? Don't we talk about standing up?
I might have to cut this off and react to this on my other channel. I didn't know that he was going to go this far off the reservation. I might have to dedicate an entire Saturday stream. Somebody call in and please get me up off this video. I might have to dedicate an entire Saturday morning stream to Stephen A. I did not know that he was going to jump off the reservation like this. I did not know that he was going to say we need more men to speak up. Oh my God. No way. Stephen A. Who got to you, bro? I thought that you was one of the ones that actually stood on business. Oh no. I'ma save my commentary. What I'm thinking right now, I'ma tuck that in. I don't see nobody calling in. Nobody disagree with me on nothing that I said. We got over 1,700 people watching on multiple different platforms, and nobody disagree with me. Y'all had all of this talk and all of this smoke all week. You had so much time to be able to gather your thoughts, get your talking points together, put it in your Apple Notes, write it down on a piece of paper, trying to figure it out. You had all of this time to be able to gather your thoughts, and you ain't got no smoke. Zero, nada, zilch. Y'all made your little comments. I seen y'all typing on, here and there or whatever. Oh, yeah, I'm going to pull up on Anton on Friday. We here now. You off on Christmas vacation. We here now. I'm going to say, Stephen A., I'm going to get to you. We here now. The link is pinned to the top of the chat.
Making sure that we highlight the plight of the desolate and the disenfranchised, those who are not in some of the privileged positions that we're in, even though we're not as black men. The challenges that a woman face, that a black woman face every single day. As somebody who was raised by 5 of them, I would know. And so when I hear the complaints and then I see the emotional reaction from a Taraji P. Henson, her? I'm like, if you screwing her over, who are you not screwing over? I'm just looking at some of these credits here. Raji's credits. New Color Purple coming out Christmas. How about Hidden Figures? How about A Curious Case of Benjamin Buttons? By the way, received a Best Supporting Actress nomination for that. But how about Hustle and Flow with her and Terrence Howard? How about that? The Karate Kid, Think Like a Man 1 and 2. Yeah.
Think Like a Man 1 and 2.
Ice Age, Proud Mary, where she was an assassin, taking people out. Killed Danny Glover, by the way.
This dude is the weakest man on the internet on this take right now, bro. Oh, man. Stephen A. Hey, the link is in the description. Y'all welcome to say whatever it is that y'all want to say, or it's pinned to the top of the chat. Stephen A., say it ain't so. Worst take of all time.
What about TV show Empire? Ladies and gentlemen, Taraji P. Henson, this is who we're talking about now. She's won 33 film or television acting awards and has received 76 nominations.
We don't care.
76!
We don't care, bro.
76! 11-time NAACP Image Award winner.
NAACP.
3 Emmy nominations. 2016 Best Actress in a Television Series Drama. An Emmy Award winner for Empire. 5 Screen Actors Guild nominations. 1 win for Hidden Figures. 11 BET Award nominations.
BET!
Why am I going here? Didn't I tell y'all? You remember when society as a whole was singing this mea culpa after George Floyd was murdered by the cops?
We playing on the black
what
thing.
What does this
now.
have to do with that? I'll tell you what it has to do with that. Do you remember what I said back then? I said back then, the knee on George Floyd's neck is not the reason you saw race riots in the streets of America. The knee on George Floyd's neck was a metaphor to illustrate in the eyes of the world what black people believe we go through every day in our society. We consistently feel like there's a foot or there's a knee, proverbially speaking, on our necks, holding us back, limiting us from what we've earned. What we've earned. That's what she's talking about. She talked about how no matter what you achieve, and no matter how much people bloviate about you, and they sing your praises, and they talk about you, when negotiations roll around, you back down to here. And what I continuously say to everybody is, if white America is going through the same thing, we do not have a problem in this country. We have a problem in this country because we know that there's a disparity. That you can be at the top, that you can be number one, that you can be the best, that you can work your ass off, that you can go tirelessly marching forward to do everything that you have to do, to be the best, produce the results, and still you get marginalized.
I'm going to save this. I didn't know what I was going to talk about this weekend, but I definitely know what I'm going to talk about now. I'm not giving any more of my thoughts right now. Oh, nobody want to hold me accountable? Nobody want to hold me accountable? I'm going to save my thoughts. I think that Stephen A. is a simp. And it's unfortunate because I had more respect for him, but apparently he decided that he wanted to jump off the bridge. And I don't know if he in a relationship with Taraji P. Henson or not, but it's unfortunate. Enforcer 2K9 says, you can't just get rid of somebody just because we don't like you. Because where does it end? We have to stop allowing feelings to dictate law and order. J-Dub says, what did she negotiate? Why are we expected to put on our Superman cape and save people when there are real attacks? Did y'all see what happened with the Marvels? It was the worst performing movie in Marvel cinematic history. The worst performing movie in Marvel cinematic history. You know why? Because nobody wanted to watch a bunch. Next thing you know, they're going to be advocating for WNBA. Chris Evans made $300,000 for the first. Hansworth made $150,000 for the first Thor. $500,000. Johansson made $400,000 in Iron Man 2. What is this black thing? Oh, don't get me wrong. Don't get me. You preparing me for what's gonna happen tomorrow. Aaron says crack is a hell of a drug. Stephen A. Smith need help. Facts. Fob Brown is in the building. Says that's an insane take by Stephen A. Gabby wasn't even a A-level actress at the time of her being in. What is BB2? Propelled her career for sure. Bad Boys 2. Bad Boys 3 will made double what Martin made. I don't hear him speak. Martin was happy. Martin was absolutely excited about being able to participate and make half of what Will Smith was making in Bad Boys 2. Glow Hardy says, nah, Anton, because your detractors coming to our pages and commenting now. Some dude got mad because I said migrants heard ski from Mexico and wanted to see what's up in America. Ski. Shout out to, I seen her bad interview too. The Right Insight says, black men have to support black actresses. The WNBA and Marvels. Remind what did women say about Jonathan Majors? They quiet. Fob Brown is in the build. Oh, hold on. My dog, Mike Jones. Shout out to Mike Jones. We ain't gonna talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it on the weekend. We gonna talk about it on the weekend. My girl Brittany B says, Anton, let me get some tickets to the game. No, I ain't giving out no more tickets. I'm done. I don't like these dudes. Mike Jones says there are 16 more states besides Colorado that is trying to do the same thing. This is undemocratic. Agreed. Let me see what else y'all got going on. I'm waiting on somebody to call up. As soon as somebody call up to hold me accountable, don't call unless you hold me accountable. Jamal Park says, just finished my master's. It Better consolidate all of my student loans or pay off all of the loans separately. What do you mean pay off? How many student loans do you have? You can forget that over there. How many student loans do you have, fam? I think you should just make payments, and then you got to use a snowball method. It's the same thing that you use when it comes to credit cards, right? Meaning that you pay the minimum amount on all of your student loans, but then you put the majority towards whichever one is the lowest. And then you roll that monies over into the next student loan. Now, I don't know how many student loans that you have, but you have to use a snowball method with your student loans in the same way that you would use it in order to pay off your credit cards. So that's what I would do. Shout out to Jamal Parks and congratulations. Tony says, I know how to put an end to that courtside banner and get an NBA bag at the same time. T. Will is in the building, says, it was never a democracy, Anton. Well, at least they was pretending like it was. AL says, this might Uno reverse on the Dems. It is, because guys, people not playing with it no more. Civlap says, I guess Me Too apply to states as well. It apply to everything. Fob Brown says, he really just said Gabrielle was a star of Bad Boys 2. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Wow, she was such a star that she literally was the only one that's not invited back to do Bad Boys 3. Life to Live for Network. Shout out to you. Says, do you remember how he did? I do. That was around the same time that Ye was doing what he was doing. AL says, and Kyrie lost the whole shoe deal. AL says, Taraji produced an action movies and that was trash. Oh, it sounded like she didn't really. Let me be quiet. I'm going to save my thoughts. Jarrell says, she's a supporting actress. I'm sure he knows that in basketball, you never see the grunt make as much as the manager. And if they do, what happens is people say they stole money. They stole money. Glow Hardy says the black woman is God. Enforcer 2K9 says the black community has the mentality of insects, particularly ants and bees. The entire colony exists to serve the queen, even to their own detriment. Oh, I thought you was going to go somewhere else with that. I like that. I like where you just went with that. 187 says, stop watching people pocket and mind your beer now. Mind your beer now. Enos Luby says, if we not going to see the WNBA, why would we go see the Marvels? Like I heard someone say they going to learn today. Facts. Jari the barber says, hold on, let me get to you. I got you. Jari the barber says, Stephen A. Smith, more like Stephen O. Smith. This brother need help. I agree with you. I'm not going to see the Marvels. I don't think I'm going to see any new movie that comes out from Disney anymore because I stand against Disney, even the stock. This Taraji B. Henson spent decades essing on black men since The Color Purple. Instead of building a business relationship, she doesn't deserve sympathy. I think that you get what you earn. I think you get what you negotiate and what you earn, and the value that people see in you. All right. Looks like I don't see anybody in the chat. I don't see anybody camming up, so I guess that everybody 100% agrees with everything with me and they don't want to hold me accountable. Ain't that funny, though? Ain't that funny that ain't it funny that everybody got everything to say, but nobody has anything to say? Everybody got everything to say, but nobody got anything to say. I find it interesting. A. Wall says those ball players setting themselves up for the next case. They need to go and get some coaching. They need to come and get some coaches, my friend. Everybody got everything to say, but nobody got anything to say. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. I'm going to give y'all 3 more minutes. 3 more. What up, Darius? What up, Tim? What up, the Gray Way? Ain't nobody calling. Stop it, bro. Nobody calling. Nobody want to see me. They know better than that. They know better than that. Ain't nobody calling me. We ain't crazy. We know who y'all are. You know who you are. Ain't nobody doing nothing. Just be talking. They be giggling and talking. They be pillow talking with they chick. They be in their mama basement feeling some type of way about what it is that I'm saying. They be mad, telling y'all to not drop, don't join the bag chasers. What's wrong with y'all? Ain't nobody making nobody do nothing. People are in the chasers because they see the value in what it is that we doing out here in these streets, man. They see value in what we doing in these streets, man. Ain't nobody calling up here, man. Stop trying to push these people to do something that they don't want to do. You know these people trying to get their courage up. I'ma call one day. I'ma really tell him about himself one day. Don't let me see you in the streets. I'll be walking around comfortable, happy, enjoying myself with all of my money and my jewelries and my fast cars and all of this stuff. And people just be talking, man. Pillow talking, gossiping, gossip girls. All right, so Ty is about to hold me accountable. Hold on, let me get him up here. Ty. What up, Ty? What's the word?
This is the gangster of love.
The gangster of love is here, ladies and gentlemen, and he is here to hold me accountable. Well, first, hold on, gangster. Give me 1 second, gangster. Would you like to be on camera or off camera?
I don't want to be on camera.
Okay, I respect that. What's up, gangster? Let me know what's happening.
It's gangster of love.
I'm sorry, gangster of love. Mr. Love. Mr. of Love, what would you like to discuss and hold me accountable for?
So everything I'm saying to you respectively, but I hear you on here.
Respectfully?
Yes, sir, respectfully. Like, I'm not disrespecting you. I'm just telling you some stuff that I've observed listening to your show probably for like the last 4 months. And I actually think that you're a genius dude when it comes to like business. I really enjoy listening to you. But what I will say, man, and I know you're not going to agree with me. You don't have to. But I'm
this is the accountability show, so I'm bringing you up here to disagree with me.
So a lot of things that you do, man, you come off as like real braggadocious, you know, and then earlier today, you said, hey, the gangster love, you called me a dusty, but I called you out on something, you being a hypocrite. You know, you was talking about how these content creators be going back and forth, but just like a month ago, you was talking bad on Richard Fain, and that man never said nothing bad about you first. You was in your feelings calling him if I'm not mistaken, and I could be wrong, but you said something about him having bitch ass tendencies, and like you was way left about it, bro. You was in your feelings. Go back and look at the show because you had said some real bad things about it.
Did you see what he said about me first, or are you just assuming?
I did. But listen,
I thought. Wait. Let's stop there.
No,
You just hold on. Let's go one point at a time. Are we gonna have a respectful conversation, or is this a debate?
Absolutely. I'm on your show, but I was talking first, and then I'm gonna let you talk.
But listen. You got to remember, I'm a C student, right? Meaning that I have to stop at different points so that we can address the point, and then we can move over into the next point. If you throw me a whole bunch of stuff at the same time, I'm not gonna remember what you said.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Ahead. That's fair. Go ahead.
Okay. So you just said that he never said anything about me first, but then you said that you seen what he said about me first. Which one is it?
So let me say this. I don't think he said something about you first, but if he did, I still think you should have took the higher road. Huh?
It's a fact. It's a fact. He did.
Okay. So you say you're a man of God and like you get on here preaching this Bible and stuff, and you claim not to be blackity black. Like sometimes you want to be black, and then sometimes you want to play like all you indifferent or whatever. You don't see color, but he's a black man just like you, and he done made it to a point to where he wants to give back. I don't understand why you were shaming that man and saying he had bitch ass tendencies because you didn't agree with something he said. What about being a man and taking the high road and then reaching out to him and saying, hey, Mr. Fain, because you did afterwards go back and kind of clean it up. But I think when you looked in the mirror, you was like, hey, you know what? That dude didn't really do nothing to me. He didn't do nothing wrong because he was talking about his cars. You get on here talk about your Rolex watch. You get on
Do
here
you
talk about how
understand what
much
the
money you got
disagreement
in your bank
was?
account.
Do you understand
What's
what
that?
Do you understand what the disagreement was between me and him?
I think it was because you was taking well, he responded to something that you didn't like about your show, meaning that he said something because I followed him. I followed him before I even found you.
Mm-hmm.
But he said something to the effect of I'm not trying to get people to subscribe to my Patreon, and I'm not talking about my Rolex watches, which is true. AD, you're a real braggadocious, man, and like I'ma say this: most of the people that follow you on this show are broke as a motherfucker.
How do you
They
know?
don't have money, huh?
How do you know? You know them?
I don't, but shit, I know they ain't rich.
How much money? What's your net worth?
So man, listen, I done sent you a couple emails. You never responded. You know what I'm saying?
Listen. Let's just get right to. Hold on, wait. One point at a time, because you're making a lot of points, and I'm gonna address it. What's your net worth?
So I'm working towards that, but I make $250,000.
What's your net worth?
Bro, I'm paying a mortgage. I'm not like
What's
you.
your net
I can't pay
worth?
for my house cash. I don't know what it is. I make
So how
$250,000
you
a
gonna
year.
call somebody else broke, and then you don't even know your net worth?
Listen, I'm not finna argue with you and go back and forth because I'm not.
No,
here
you
to
no.
demean you.
Hold on. You were supposed to first of all keep it on me. This ain't got nothing to do with nobody else except for you holding me accountable. Now you want to throw shots at the chat. This ain't got nothing to do with nobody but me and you. So we gonna get that out the air first. If you got a problem with me, then you address me. But I know for a fact, and I meet these people in person. They make a lot of money. They not broke as fuck. Hold on. Let me wait. Let me stand up for my people. It's a lot of people that's getting it. It's a lot of people that's trying to get to it. It's a lot of people that's starting their journey. It's a lot of 18-year-olds. It's a lot of 20-year-olds. It's a lot of people that's 30 that got it. It's a lot of people that don't. It's people that rock with me that's across the spectrum. And so for you to take a broad brush and address something that you don't even know, you ain't never met one of these people in real life, yet you want to throw insults at them when it ain't even about them, and you have no clue that some of these people are richer than me and they can buy and sell your ass. And so if you want to have smoke for me or you got something for me, then keep it on me. But you're not going to come for my people because you have no clue who it is that you're talking about. So let's just leave that there. So now let's keep it on me. I'm braggadocious. You don't like what it is that I say. Continue.
Nah, I mean, listen, you have the right to say what you say, man. And listen, I'm not the first person to tell you that you're an arrogant person, but I'm just telling you, bro, I come from humble beginnings, and just as quick as you have what you have, bro, you can lose it all within a day. And then I know your rebuttal is gonna be, oh no, well, my kids and this is gonna be straight, bro. You ever been shot? And just imagine yourself right now sitting in a wheelchair and you got all that money, but you can't get up and lay on top of Rita. Then how you'll feel, bro. That money don't mean nothing. And I'm just saying this as a man to you, and I'm saying it respectfully, bro. You need to be like humble, because all this stuff you can lose in a day. And then it's money. At the end of the day, listen, I honestly think you a genuine dude because you say you want to help people even they who don't agree with you. You know what I'm saying? And me, I'm the whole complete opposite. If you don't fuck with me, then I don't want nothing to do with you. But you know, you say you want to help people, so I do think you're a genuine person. But I do think that you're a little arrogant, man. And I'm not telling you that you need to calm yourself down as a man, because I'm an alpha male myself. I'll tell a nigga go F himself. But I'm just telling you to be a little more humble and realize everybody ain't doing good. You know what I'm saying? I make $250,000 a year, but at the end of the day,
What do you do?
I run a trucking company. I got a government contract.
So you gross it. That's not what you make. You don't net it. You
Okay,
gross
so
it.
I probably bring home about 170, but my wife, she make like 98, 99. So all the money that I make, I pay the bills. All her money is going towards investments. I had called in before and told you, like, hey, what could you do with $1 million cash? And you was like, oh, how you got $1 million cash? You sell drugs, and you already stereotyping me, bro. You don't even know.
What?
You know what I'm saying?
What are you
Like, a
talking
nigga got a
about?
real game plan.
Hold on, wait.
Listen.
Stop. You going part, and this is why I want to break it down piece by piece, part by part, right? Because you all over the place. First, we was talking about me and Rich. Then you start talking about the chat. Then you start telling me that I need to be humble. All right, so we gonna go do this one at a. No, hold on. I'm telling you that I'm a C student, and this is why I want to break it down part by part and have one conversation at a time. The first issue is, I don't have a problem with Rich bragging. That wasn't the issue, right? The issue was that he was dirty and he was hating while he was doing the same thing. That's the issue that I had with him. I never attacked him personally. I never went after anybody that stop. Let me make because I was quiet when you was talking. I never attacked him personally. I never went after anything that was around him. I never said that he was broke. I never said anything. The thing that I did was I went back into his content to show you that me and Richard are very similar in how it is that we actually showcase our stuff, and that he's working his ass off and he's doing multiple different live streams and he's dropping videos every day while he's over there dirty macking and still making a bunch of money off of the very exact same things that I'm doing. So what I did was I used his exact same talking points against him, but then at the same time, when I got done, after it was all over, I said, yo, but at the same time, I want y'all to understand, I don't want y'all over there attacking him. Don't go in his chat. Don't try to ruin his platform. Don't do none of that. He's still a good dude. He's still a great content creator, but we just fundamentally disagree on marketing strategies and also what wealth is. So what did I do wrong? And I didn't even start it. Why should I be above it when people address me directly? Why should I act like it didn't happen?
AD, you said that man had bitch ass feminine tendencies.
Why should I act like it did not happen?
Listen, if you was,
did you hold him accountable?
That man's face?
Did you hold him accountable?
I didn't.
So you hold me accountable for reacting, but you don't hold him accountable for what it is that he started.
So he didn't disrespect you by calling you out of your name, man. Listen, I'm just telling you because
I didn't call him a bitch.
No, you said he had bitch ass tendencies. If
I don't remember saying that, but I agree with that too.
Okay, well, listen, as a man and you being a man, if I came up to you and said, "Hey, man, you got real bitch ass tendencies in your face,"
I would laugh at you
about it? Huh?
No, I would laugh at you.
You wouldn't feel no type of way about it.
For what? I know who I am. I'm secure in who I am. I know exactly who I am. I would be praying for you in order for you to even be able to get out of there alive, because the people around me will want to do something to you.
Man, stop. You're not
no. That's real. Listen. There's no. Let's be absolutely clear. Let's be absolutely clear. I walk around with security.
Okay, perfect.
Hold on. Wait. I walk around with security, and I'm gonna be absolutely honest with you. Even the dudes that carjacked me back in the day, ain't none of them alive to talk about it. Now, I'm not saying that I did. That's the honest to God truth on my father's grave. Not one of them dudes is alive to talk about it today. So listen, I don't have to. No. I'm not professing that anybody should do anything to be violent. I'm justifying. I'm talking to your point. You can play that tough guy role. I'm not a tough guy. But all I'm saying is that it's people that's around. It's people that's around me that want to make sure that I'm taken care of. And so if you want to come up and play tough with a guy that's not tough, because I'm not tough, if you want to play around and be tough and talk all of that grizzly stuff, it may not work out in your favor. So all of that, would you say it to somebody's face? Listen, I say it what I said, and I walk around comfortable every single day. And it ain't one person, not one person. You ain't never seen a video on the internet. You ain't never seen nobody pull out a camera. Ain't nobody ever confronted me in person and said nothing. Not one. And you wouldn't either.
Okay. So let me finish.
So you would go home. You would go home to your wife. You would go home to your business, and you would not be acting tough either. And neither one of us are tough. So just make your point when it comes to how you feel about me. But please don't talk that shit talking about what if I would have said it to your face. You wouldn't. You wouldn't, and nobody around you would do it. You want to get home to your wife. You want to get home to your family. Stop with that tough talk shit. Don't even play that as a hypothetical. That's not even a part of the conversation. We on the internet having a conversation. Don't pull that goofy shit with me, bro. I don't like that.
Listen.
You not tough. We both from the hood, and we both want to take care of our families. We
listen,
both older
that's where you
gentlemen.
wrong.
We both
I
older
am not
gentlemen.
from the
Ain't
hood.
nobody doing nothing to nobody. Don't pull that goofy shit with me, bro.
Okay, can I talk, or are you gonna keep talking?
Go ahead, do your thing.
So for one, I'm half from the hood, and I'm primarily from the suburbs. I'm not saying I'm a tough guy. Me and you both in our 40s. We both grown men. Then you sitting up here saying, "Oh, I got security, nigga. Why you gotta walk around security if you a man of God?"
Because I'm smart and I'm rich.
Man, don't nobody care about you having money, nigga. You ain't the only nigga with money. That money don't make you. People ain't robbing niggas just because they got money. You don't keep money on you. Keep your money
People
on your
rob
phone.
people that's broke every day. Why would I think that any different?
Let me ask you something. Like,
so now you mad at me for having security?
No, I'm not. If you feel you need it, hey, you need it. But
What
let me
don't
ask
you
this.
agree? What don't you agree with? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Forget all of this
I
tough
don't
talk.
really
What
think-
don't you agree with,
I don't
suburban
really,
man?
I'm not tough. Why you keep saying I'm talking tough talk?
I
I'm
said,
saying,
what don't you agree with?
Listen, you act you. I guess you think you like super famous, but bro, we just now heard about you on the internet for the last 2 years. You're not famous.
I'm the man in my city, and I'm the man in your city too. I
No,
can go
you
to
not.
your
You know
city and
Trick
go.
Trick
What
personally?
city you from?
I'm from Compton, California.
I can come to your
But that's
city
not
and
where
get
I
more
live
love than you. When I come out to
You can
LA,
have it.
I get more love than you. You can
have it.
announce
I
that
don't
you
care
you
about
can
that.
announce where you're gonna be at, and I can announce where I'm gonna be at in your city, and they'll show up for me and they will laugh at you.
So here's the thing. I don't care about stuff like that.
Then don't bring it up.
I'm
Then
old,
don't
bro.
bring it up. Listen, you brought it up. I address it. I meet you with the same energy that you got. If you want to keep bringing up ad hominem attacks that ain't relevant to anything and you don't really have a problem, you just don't like me. You don't like the fact that I stand on what I stand on and I'm not a bitch and I'm not going to
Who
sit here
said
and
I didn't
acquiesce
like
over. You
I'm
don't
just
like the
telling you
fact
what
that
I've
I'm not going
observed.
to acquiesce over to how you feel. I don't give a fuck about what you feel. You subscribe to me. I didn't subscribe to you. I'm not watching your shit. You watching me. You got to subscribe just to even be able to comment. And so if you sitting here telling me to humble myself, I don't give a fuck about what you think. I'm going to keep doing exactly what I've been doing. So if you don't actually have a real issue and all you keep bringing up is, oh man, you security. Oh man, I don't like you. Oh man, you need to humble yourself. Fuck you. Fuck how you feel, bro. I don't give a fuck about how you feel about me. If you ain't got no real issue, I ain't never robbed nobody. I ain't never took nothing from nobody. I ain't never did no bad business as far as taking no money out of nobody's pocket. I ain't never ruined nobody's platform. I ain't never exposed nobody. I ain't never did nothing negative to nobody. If the only thing that you feel about me as a man that's in his feminine energy is how I talk, then niggas stop watching me. Go and watch Richard. He more humble for you. And I support Rich. I think Rich is doing a great job. It's a certain personality for everybody. If you don't like what the fuck we doing over here, then go do something else with somebody that can give you the same game with a better personality that'll be in this more godly energy for you. Is that cool?
That's cool, man. Like I said, I don't have no personal problem with you.
You
That's
do.
what you don't
You
understand.
feeling some type of way.
I don't even know you personally. I'm
Then
just
why
telling
you
you what I
so
observed.
emotional then? Why you in my chat and I don't even block you. I don't ban you. I don't block you. Why you in my chat?
Because I never
Feeling some type of way
disrespected
every
your
day.
show. AD, have I ever disrespected your chat? I don't put
Yeah,
cuss
absolutely.
words in
You have. I just don't take it
when?
personal. I don't trip about it, so I let you rock.
Bro, I've never disrespected your show. That's what I'm telling you. I'm a man. I don't never disrespect nobody.
Nah, nigga, you want to humble me. You want to humble me.
How?
You want
How
to
do I
humble
wanna
me. You
humble
want me to be docile. You see, when I see dudes that's in their masculine energy or when I see dudes winning, I salute that shit. Even if I don't agree with him, I salute that shit. Yo, bro, I see you over there killing that shit. Maybe we different. Maybe he got a whole nother lane that he got going in. But I don't have no kind of negative energy to a nigga that's winning. I just want him to keep winning. Just keep winning, bro. I see you. I know how hard you worked. I know what it is. I know what it is. Man, I'm not humbling myself for y'all. Man, you could be in a wheelchair and the money would be going tomorrow. But I was a motherfucking king in the meantime. And it's very hard to get to where I've been to. And I ain't going to let nobody fucking humble me. Nigga, make me humble. Do it. Stop me. If y'all can stop me, then stop me. Humble me then. If you want me to be humble, then humble me. But until then, nigga, y'all just got to watch from the sidelines and hate on the sidelines and act like you, oh man, I ain't got no energy towards you. Yes, you do, nigga. Just say it. Say it with your chest. You really feeling some type of way that I'm standing up here as a man and I ain't pivoting to try to make you niggas feel better. I ain't for everybody. I ain't trying to be for all of y'all niggas. I don't care about you motherfuckers. I only care about the people that rock with me. I see you niggas out here throwing up the thumbs down every day, tuning in, trying to get the game while at the same time feeling some type of way. Nigga, if you roll with me, maybe you can get some game and maybe we can align and do some business together. But no, y'all niggas want to feel some type of way. Nigga, get out your feelings and let's get this money. Fuck how I'm talking, nigga. If I seen you walking down the street and you had your chest poked out, I'd be like, yeah, I like that nigga. Hey man, what you do? Maybe we can link up one day. I'm trying to salute people and roll with them. I ain't trying to humble. Man, I ain't never tried to humble a nigga in my life. What the fuck I give a, what do I care about if this nigga got an utmost of confidence?
AD, when I came on, didn't you hear me say that? I said, hey, bro, I like your show.
Nigga, and then you said you need to humble yourself. You said you need to humble yourself.
I didn't say that. I said
you did,
not
bro.
going.
You said you need to humble yourself, and then you gave the wheelchair example and all of that other shit.
Okay, well, listen, we can agree to disagree, bro. I do like your show. I think overall, again, I think you a good dude. But ain't no drama between me and you, because again, me and you don't know each other. And
no,
like
I
I
ain't
said,
got no
I ain't
beef
got
with
no.
you. I'm
No,
just
ain't no
passionate.
beef. I'm just telling you what I observed. Just like you say, hey, people want to come up here and hold you accountable, and shit, I'm calling in. But bro, I ain't got no issues with you. Look just like me. You know what I'm saying? Like I know you ain't with the black.
I look better than you, bro.
But that's fine. Hey, listen, you supposed to feel like that, bro. If that's how you feel, that's cool. That shit don't bother me. So again,
You ain't got no more
issues
issues with me?
No, sir.
You sure?
I'm sure, man.
I want you to get it all
I
out.
do.
And you are always going to be welcome to type hard in the chat and say what you want to say, and also come up here and confront me directly.
No, I have one other issue with you.
Okay, go ahead. Hit me with it.
Can I go ahead and state it?
Yeah.
Can I get my coaching call?
Now you want a coaching call?
Man, I've been wanting a coaching call. That's what you don't understand. I ain't no hater. I just told you what I feel. But
hey, Rita, put him at the top of the list for a coaching call. We're gonna get him on. We're gonna get you a coaching. Email me again right now. I'm gonna put you at the top of the list. I'm gonna put you at VIP, very important person.
AD, thank you, bro. And listen, I never disrespected you. I never called you out your name. Never said nothing bad about your wife. I just told you, hey man, how I feel. That don't mean I'm a bad person.
I didn't say you was a bad person.
You calling me? Listen, I ain't trying to argue with you, man. I just told you how I feel. I appreciate your show. You give great knowledge. And shit, I'm gonna send you an email so I can get a coaching call. And shit, hopefully we can do something together, man. That's all I'm telling you.
Let's run it up. I like that.
I appreciate you, man. You have a great day.
All right, big dog. Picola, I got you next. I'm gonna read super chat shortly. Give me a second. What up, P?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Chilling, my friend. What's the issue?
Hey, what's the deal, man? Hey, I was just listening to that previous conversation, man. You got a little irate there, didn't you, my brother?
I'm passionate about how I feel. I speak with passion.
Already. Hey, man. I'm gonna tell you the point I'm on.
Okay.
I agree with probably about 98% of everything you're iterating and everything that's coming out your mouth. However, space, I don't understand your liking for the tyrant or the former president of this nation, which is a tyrant. Can you please?
Who are you talking about? Which former president?
Oh, you come on.
We got President a lot of former presidents.
Come on. There's only one tyrant. There's
okay, so you don't
being one.
You don't understand why I like Trump. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't. So is it from a business acumen or what is it? Please explain to me.
Well, what don't you like about Trump?
Well, okay, just a little bit of my background. 26 years retired military honorably.
Mm-hmm. Hey, thank you for your service.
I appreciate you, sir. So I retired on the tail end of, well, should I say on the cusp of COVID. So upon retirement, this individual, of course, had to sign my retirement papers. However, so just from a military aspect and him being the commander of chief of men and women, I don't think his comportment uh, is conducive to a military lifestyle. Now, I'm only speaking on one spectrum. Of course, I know the president has is broad brushed, if you will. He has him or her, should I say, because we could futurely have a female as a president.
Rebuke
But
that devil.
well, okay. Well, I've served under a lot of women honorably, and women,
Telling me
and some
who you
strong
are.
women.
You're revealing your hand to me already, but I got you. I'm gonna
Say it
listen to
again.
you. You're revealing
I'm
your
revealing
hand
my
to
hand.
me. Yeah, man.
How is that, sir?
I want to hear the rest of your point before I make an assessment. I don't want to prejudge.
Well, well, that's basically in a nutshell. His comportment is not conducive to be a commander in chief of this great nation. That's my point.
What
And
specifically did he do that you don't like? Because you speaking
sir,
in
we can.
you speaking in generalities. You got to speak specifically to something that he did while he was commander in chief that you actually disagree with.
Well, you understand the aspect of leadership, don't you?
Of course I do.
Okay, then.
Well,
So
what
what makes
he
a great
did,
leader?
you called
So
him
what?
a
So what?
tyrant. You
So
labeled him a tyrant.
so
But I
so
need to
what makes a great
understand
leader?
specifically what he did that you don't
What
agree
makes
with.
well his verbiage for one.
So you don't like the way he talks.
So well his verbiage for one.
Okay, you don't
Secondly,
like the way he talks.
okay. Secondly, he refused to condemn racism. That's two.
What do you mean? Refuse to condemn racism? So you
He
don't actually
refuses
you
to-
don't have a problem with how he led the country. You have a problem with his personality, is what you're saying.
In what regard did he lead the country in? And what benefits did we hell in general, not just as African Americans or blacks, however you want to frame it, but whom benefit? What do we benefit from his
The
tenure as
entire
a president?
country benefits from him becoming president again, and from his presidency
Really?
previous. Absolutely, he
So,
set the things in motion. For example, I'll give you multiple different examples of things that I actually liked about his presidency.
yes, sir. Let's run it.
For example, I love the fact that he actually identified our true enemy, which was China, and how they refused to do business on an equal playing field with Americans, but they continue to take advantage of our American dollar, which is one of the reasons why he launched the trade war that Biden actually continued to support, even though he verbally actually said that he disagreed with it, but he never took away from the tariffs because he understood that Trump actually made the right decision. He actually renegotiated the North American Trade Agreement, which we had with Mexico and Canada, that gave other countries a disadvantage, which Biden then leapfrogged off of in order to have the plants then come over in here and start building more manufacturing, because we didn't have any products that we were manufacturing over in the United States of America, which continued to raise the deficit. I also like the fact that he actually started to understand the difference between business and separating it from politics, which is one of the reasons why he started to renegotiate and redo the tax code. One of the things that he did in that is that he negotiated for American companies to bring their resources back onshore to America so that we'll have more resources and finances here and we'll have more investment versus them having offshore investments that they continue to capitalize off of by not bringing that tax money back here and reinvesting in the United States of America. He also understood the trade war, what was happening as far as Taiwan and the North American Trade Agreement, and also outsourcing, right? And so what you seen happening was you seen most businesses, and one of the things that a lot of these Democratic presidents did, shout out to Bill Clinton, shout out to Obama, is that they outsourced America, which was the foundation of what happened with the housing crisis that then took place in 2008 that got Obama in office, that happened under Clinton in the first place. The housing crisis was created under Clinton. Money was too cheap for so long. Obligations and things was relaxed, and we actually didn't leverage the government to do what they were supposed to do, but instead they overregulated in spaces that didn't really matter as far as social services in order to get black people to vote for them. Also, on top of that, Trump renegotiated as far as the tax code, making it much simpler. He also wanted to support, and he started to build the wall, even though the American people didn't support him. It's so many different things that he did, and we so focused on. The one thing that I love about Trump is not that I agree with him on every single thing that he says, but I love the fact that he says what he's really thinking for us to have an uncomfortable conversation and then solve for the problems that's happening inside of America. Another thing that he did was he didn't create any wars, but he actually brought more of our troops home. Now what we see happening in America is that we're silently participating, funding, and also having our troops go over there and then support multiple different wars that we did not ask for, while our borders, which is one of the things that Trump really wanted to solve for, now that we see 15 and 16 million migrants coming in here that we can document over the last couple of years, and now all of these sanctuary cities is complaining about the fact that they got these migrants illegal immigrants overrunning all of these cities. Do you want me to continue?
Yes,
he also continued to hold on, wait. He gave more funding.
Hold on.
One more thing. Because I want to address one more thing. I want to just address your racism comment. How can a president be racist? Because I think that racism is what you do, not what you say. How can a president be racist when he's the one that allocated more funding to HBCUs than any president before him?
That's not the truth. You need to delve into that fact. That is not the truth, my brother. That was on the contingents of a Pell Grant. No, it wasn't. We're not even going to that.
Let's go into it.
We'll discuss that later on. So let me hit on the topics that you. So business wise, yes, we already know that he's a shrewd businessman, if you will. Okay. So as far as let's hit on the migrants thing. The reason why I say that he has racial undertones, because every time he mentions something about migrants, it's either coming from South America, Africa, which he stated on the press conference, I want to say about 2 or 3 days ago. He specifically are pointing out middle-income countries. However, he refuses, hypothetically, the one that's right here in America on our border, Canada. Canada, which borders Detroit, where you're from? Am I correct?
We don't see an influx of migrants coming in from Canada.
They are the biggest violators of visas.
We don't see people coming in from Canada into the Americas. We see it coming from the southern borders.
You don't see it because it's right there under your nose.
No, it's not. So I'm right here in Michigan. I'm right here in Detroit.
So when Canadians come over, look this up, if you will. Or get your team to look it up. They are the #1 violators of expired visas in this country. The
what
number
does that have
one.
to do with anything? They're not.
That
listen,
has a hell of a lot to do with anything.
Immigration. We don't have undocumented
because
people running into the country.
Only thing Trump and his dog whistles, only thing that he's iterating is individuals with hue in their pigmentation, if you will. So because every time he has a speech,
no, listen. If you are here illegally, you should not be here.
Yes, it doesn't matter.
I don't really care about what your rhetoric is. I don't care how you feel. You have not said anything that he said that was wrong. You have not said anything that you disagreed with that he did when he was president. All you keep telling me is that you don't like him. It's the only thing that you're saying. You have not said anything that you said that he said that was wrong.
I'm speaking from I'm speaking from a leadership aspect. So if you say you know what it is to be a leader, however, that means you lead the masses. You don't pick and choose. And the verbiage that spews from your mouth, that has a lot to do with leadership. We automatically knows the president of the United States does not basically set laws, enact laws, the whole 9 yards. Basically, he or she, which it could be a she, is a puppet. They're a figurehead.
That's not true.
Am I correct for saying that?
The Tax Act was authored under the Biden administration, and it was written and it was signed for and advocated for by the Biden administration. Not the Tax Act, the CHIPS Act. Okay, the new infrastructure deal that advocated for EVs and also had a bunch of other stuff that was thrown in there that nobody asked for. That was authored under the Biden administration. The Affordable Care Act was authored under the Obama administration, Obamacare. The North American Free Trade Agreement was negotiated, advocated for, and signed by Trump. What are you talking about?
But those can be. Those can be.
You're breaking up.
Where the commerce.
You was breaking up. I'm
Can you
sorry.
hear me now?
Can you say that again?
So majority of those you're speaking of was executive orders, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So
Now
you
Congress
named
had
three
to
things.
approve it. Congress had to approve it, but it was absolutely authored and it was put together by that administration.
Exactly. However, do you really believe that Donald J. Trump is that intelligent to have absolutely no law degree for one? Was probably a damn C student. I don't know. You say you're a C student, but he probably was a C student. There's no way in God green's earth that individual no way he could write write laws.
No politician actually writes the law. They have people that write that write
exactly.
it. What CEO of what company actually writes the policies by which the company operates under? Or are they there to give direction? Steve Jobs admitted that he was not the person that was able to write code. That was Steve Wozniak. But Steve Jobs was the person that basically put people in place because he seen the vision that he wanted to execute in order to create the most valuable company in the world. Mark Zuckerberg never graduated from college. It's not about whether or not you can pass a test. It's about whether or not you can be leadership. Leadership has nothing to do with how smart you are.
Oh, well, yes, it does. To be an effective leader. To be an effective leader. Some individuals are born with leadership, with natural leadership qualities, if you will. However, your great leaders have some type of education. I'm sorry. Name me one. Name me one.
I just named you two. I just named you two.
You did not, sir. Zuckerberg has formal education. Didn't he attend Yale or Harvard or one?
He did not graduate from college.
Did he attend college?
Yeah, it's a lot of people that attended.
Well, I'm just saying. So, what's your point? So you're saying straight from ground zero, I'm jumping out here and I'm gonna be a hell of a leader. Majority of individuals are effective leaders have some type of formal or higher education. Am I correct?
You literally have no problems with Trump. You just don't like him as a person.
I don't know him not to like him as a person. I don't like him as a leader, as a face of a nation.
When he was in charge of the country, he did 10 times of a better job than any president in your lifetime.
That is absolutely absurd.
Who did a better job than him then?
Well,
in
of course,
4 years, he did a better job than majority of the presidents that you.
So let's speak on the economy for one. You tell me,
black people was winning.
So you tell me, after 8 years of Obama, all of a sudden, President Trump comes in, and in the first year, the economy automatically just, is booming. Utilizing the words that you just.
He started to relax.
So every economic major would tell you, especially when it comes to the presidency, that's about an 8-year swing. So that means it was starting to boom, and during Obama's tenure, Trump benefited from what Obama put in place. Can you agree with that?
That's not true. I disagree.
Oh, wow.
100%.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Absolutely not. I think that the Obama administration, I think that there are some things that he did well. I'm not going to take all of the credit. See, I'm objective enough to be able to call it straight down the line. But the Obama administration had nothing to do with trying to grow the economy. The Obama administration had everything to do with trying to mitigate and cut off the bleeding from who I absolutely didn't like as a president was George Bush the second Bush. And he was a Republican, and I absolutely didn't like him as a president. But that wasn't the foundation of why this whole economy was messed up in the first place. It came from President Bill Clinton.
So if I'm not mistaken, Bill Clinton was the only president that balanced the budget.
It didn't have anything to do with balancing the budget. He relaxed the laws that ultimately created the housing crisis that made us suffer in 2008.
Well, it's numerous factors in regards to that.
Of course it is. There's other factors that go into it.
Yeah, but it just wasn't because of laws that Clinton enacted. No way.
Absolutely,
no way.
It was.
No, sir.
They
no,
sold
sir.
their future for their present, and it ultimately created the crash that created the 2008 housing crisis. 100%.
So Clinton did a lot of things, so I can't really speak on Clinton in regards to his tenure. However, he did balance the budget. However, if I'm not mistaken,
what does that have to do with anything?
Well, that means That means we had more money. The GOP.
It wasn't. It was fake growth.
That means the GDP was doing well.
It wasn't. He sold off our factories. It was fake growth. He was the one that sold off everything over to China, which then ultimately led to job loss. We didn't make anything inside
Trump
of the...
did the same thing, brother.
He didn't. He renegotiated the North American Free Trade Agreement that ultimately led to the CHIPS Act, that ultimately led to manufacturing back in the United States of America. He did the opposite. Trump stood for the American people, and they sold off your factories. That all happened under the Clinton administration. They literally sold off America, and then they guise it as though, oh, he balanced the budget. No, he sold off your future in order to be able to make himself look good during your present. Y'all are bamboozled. Clinton was one of the worst presidents of all time based off of what it is that he mortgaged the American future for. If you do your research and you look at what was happening during the Clinton administration, they sold off America during his presidency.
Okay, I'll conduct some more research on it because that's not what I'm tracking.
That was during the time that all of the factories moved over to China. We stopped manufacturing stuff inside of the United States. All of the plant, the UAW membership started to dwindle, the whole 9 yards.
Brother, every president since Ronald Reagan has investments in China. Do you realize that?
He sold off literally.
No.
He opened up the floodgates. He opened up the floodgates for American companies to be able to outsource their work, and he got nothing back in return for it. As a matter of fact, not only did he not get anything in return for it, Tesla is the first company in decades to be able to go over to China and actually not have to partner with a Chinese company that they ultimately steal your intellectual property, and then they create their own companies in return for it. But they are the first company to go over in China and actually be able to be a whole company without having to partner with a Chinese company as a result of it. And that came after the Trump administration.
Brother, I'm not going to let you keep filibustering, all right?
That's not filibustering.
So did you hear what I said?
That's facts.
Did you hear what I said? So every president since Ronald Reagan has investments in China.
What does that have to do with anything? The problem is not that they have investments in China, because China has investments here. The problem is how the disparity between them being able to invest in America without any kind of criteria, while we had to partner with Chinese companies that ultimately stole our intellectual property, and it was basically finessing us. It has nothing to do with whether or not they could invest in China. It was the disparity between the difference between how they were able to invest here versus how we were able to invest there. It don't have nothing to do with whether or not we just was able to invest in China.
It doesn't have anything to do with it.
What are
you thinking about? That doesn't make sense. So if I just told you that every president since Ronald Reagan has investments in China, so if they're the leaders of this free nation, however, even your boy Trump has investments in China. So what I'm saying is, where are you at? Where are you at with it? You keep hollering, but I'm not with you, brother. So another point in regards to Trump. I'm a big Harley rider. Harley moved. President Trump, I also ran, I'm going to keep Harley Davidson here in America. That was not the case. How many individuals in the great state of Milwaukee lost their jobs? I'm sorry, in Wisconsin, this great state of Wisconsin, lost their jobs in regards to that factory moving over to China?
I don't know. You tell me. I'm not familiar with the Harley Davidson.
Numerous. But that's what that was one of the things he ran on. It's numerous businesses that went abroad, that went Oconus. Because
he didn't save Harley Davidson. I'll give you that.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying. So it's numerous aspects.
No.
So
did you see what just happened though? When you made a point, I gave you that. I didn't argue back and forth based off of how I felt. If you make a point and you can stand on that, which I can't research it, so I'm just taking your word for it, I say, you know what? Good point. But see, you're so far against the guy that you can't even be objective enough to just look at the facts and then put down the feelings. The facts are the facts. When you say something and you say, well, he said that he ran on the fact that he was going to save Harley Davidson and he didn't. Okay, I give you that. I didn't say that he was perfect. I didn't say that he hit every single one. It's something that I don't. It's plenty of things that I don't agree with Trump on. But my point is that I think that he's a much. This is my 2 points. I think that he's a much better. I got 3 points. I think that he's a much better president than the presidents before us, including the current one that we got now. I think that he's honest in what he thinks instead of just telling people what they want to hear. And then last but not least, I think that he's done infinitely more good than he's done bad. Those are my arguments. That's why it is that I actually care for him as a president, and then I get out of my feelings as to how it is that I feel about him personally. I don't care about how he operates for personally. But this is not how I personally feel about him. I'm not looking for a personal relationship.
So what's your grade? What's your grade on the way he handled COVID?
I don't want him to be my friend.
I want him to do the thing that's in the... What was your grade on how he handled COVID?
Listen. I'm not looking
for... What's your grade? You're going to go for another 3 or 4 minutes.
I'm going to let you cook.
Brother,
it's my platform. I can do what I want to do.
You're going to go for another 3 minutes, brother.
This is my point. I think you interrupting me is not going to help you get your point out anymore. If you want to speak for the next 3 minutes, if you want to speak for the next 3 minutes uninterrupted, then say that, and I will grant you that. But my point is this, and it all comes back down to this. I'm not looking to go out to a basketball game with the dude. I want him to do the thing that's in the best interest. I want whoever is in his leadership to do what's in the best interest of the American people. I think that he's infinitely head and shoulders the best person by far, especially over the Biden administration. Now you have the floor. You can communicate for the next 3 to 4 minutes, whatever it is that you want to say.
I just got a volley of questions, sir. What was your grade on how he handled the COVID situation?
I would say A-, and the only reason that I'm gonna say the A-, do you want me to add the context or did you have another follow-up? Because I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah. No. Continue. I want you to explain. Yeah.
Because 2 reasons. Number one, I don't think it was anything that he can control. And the reason that I'm saying number 2 is based off of number 1 is because what we found out during the COVID is that the states had more power than the president during that particular time. And so what I think happened is, I think that a lot of these blue states and a lot of these blue governors, they banned against him and they played on the emotion of the American people and they used their own residents and their own constituents and they held them hostage in order to create a narrative and to distract y'all, especially when it came to Black Lives Matters, when it came to these masks, people was able to protest and not be 6 feet, but then all of a sudden they shut the states down and stuff like that. So I think that he did an A- because he did what he could do, but the states ultimately had control of what was happening during the pandemic in their particular state. I don't think it had anything to do with the presidency whatsoever.
Really? Okay.
At all.
So him not being aware, or being aware, should I say, that this thing was impending back in maybe December of 2019.
They talked about it being impending way before then.
Okay. Oh, God, Lee.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Go ahead. I didn't know that. Because you haven't asked me questions, so I was just responding back and forth to your questions. I'm going to let you talk uninterrupted. Go ahead.
Got you. So he knew this thing was impending back in December 19, right? So basically he lollygagged, which is piss poor, which is derelict of duty, which is definitely a dereliction of duty. He was aware of it in December. January rolled around, February rolled around, and he sit and blatantly lied to the American public in regards to this. And thousands lost their lives in regards to that. So my grade will be basically a D plus, if you will, on the way in regards to the way he handled that situation. That was absolutely absurd. A- is absolutely absurd, my brother. I'm sorry. I am sorry. So that's my 2 cents in regards to that. Okay. Secondly, we're going to jump back on the economic thing. So the last, and it's kind of going to titter over to Biden's administration now in regards to inflation and the whole 9 yards. I know Republicans are beating the inflation and blaming everything on Biden. Not saying I'm a Biden supporter. Not saying I'm a Biden supporter. I consider myself a progressive. I'm not Democrat and or Republican. However, so do you recall the last pandemic prior to COVID-19?
I don't.
That's
Not off the
you
right off the
don't.
top of my head.
If I'm not mistaken, I think it was it the Spanish flu or something to that nature? You recall that?
No
I
idea.
want to say it was probably about 100 years ago. So with that said, just that little tidbit, the economy did the exact same thing from the previous pandemic that we had. I want to say it was the Spanish flu. I don't quote me on that. However, the economy did the exact same thing. So with that said, even if Trump would have been reelected, if he would have been reelected, the economy would have did the exact same thing, just from historical facts. So the economic issue that he just basically came in and waved the magic wand or broad brush and the economy just got so great, and then he left, all of a sudden it sunk. It's not a true statement, my brother. What's your thoughts in regards to that statement?
I think that we had record low unemployment. We were thriving. We were making progress as far as bringing factories back to the United States of America. The only wars that we were in was a trade war with China, and then to renegotiate the NAFTA, the North American Free Trade Agreement. I believe that even
we were still in Afghanistan. We were still in Afghanistan.
I thought you wanted me to be quiet.
No,
when
I'm saying you saying the only war. You said the only
so
war.
now you want to go back and forth again, or you want to have because I can do both. I'm with either one. I just don't want you whining and complaining. I don't want you whining and complaining when I jump in.
My apology.
No, you
my
ain't
apology.
See, I'm with it. I'm cool with it. I just want you to be consistent. Do you want to go back and forth, or do you want to just have uninterrupted conversation? Which one?
Have the floor, my brother.
Oh, okay. So I think that we were thriving. I think that, and the funny part about it is the reason why I give Trump an A+ in how he was running the country in general is he was being met with resistance on every front from every legislative branch, from the Congress to the House of Representatives to the Senate. He couldn't get a wall built. They wouldn't give him no funding on nothing. And so everything he did, he had to do over and above, regardless of how he was being met with opposition from these liberals. And I believe that he was doing a phenomenal job. And I think that he should have been reelected. We would have thrived. But I think that obviously they're scared for him to continue to get into office. And the American people realize how great he was by the suffering that y'all doing in inflation. If the economy is so great, then why is inflation so bad all of a sudden? If the economy is so great, then how come people are underemployed? If the economy is so great now, how come nobody is embracing all of the laws that Biden has passed as far as the infrastructure deal? We see nothing happening with regard to that. All we see is free money being given away. We in multiple different wars, satellite wars, and we can't even close off our borders. Who did you vote for is my question.
In regards to the last election?
Yes, sir.
Of course, Biden. Unequivocally, without a doubt. Without a doubt, sir. Just like, I want to say like 70 million other Americans voted for Biden. No question. So let's
think you made the right decision? Do you think you made the right decision?
No question. And guess what? Those two are the nominees this year. I would absolutely do it again. The only reason why I'm saying that, because you got to look where the mass majority of President Trump's votes come from. So we're going to exclude the state of Florida. So let's move to the west a little bit. So let's go to Mississippi, which is the second brokest state in America. It's red. So let's move over to Alabama, which is probably like the fourth brokest state in America, which is red. Let's move over to Louisiana, which is probably about the fifth brokest state in America, which is red. We can move. We're going to jump all the way up to West Virginia, which is the brokest state in America, which is red. So majority, the lion's share of votes that came from this tyrant came from the brokest states in America. They were broke during his tenure, and they continue to be broke. So with that said, hold up. So hold up. Don't quit. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay. So with that said, what did Trump do for those 4 states that I just outlined? Besides put them in even more poverty. So if those individuals didn't garner anything from his tenure of presidency, why in the hell would you still vote for this man? Why would you vote for this man? So it has to be some other underlining factor in regards to why these individuals, formerly known as Confederate states, majority of them, why would you vote for this man?
Okay, so let me break it down. From an economic perspective, you're wrong. Okay.
No, so I'm not.
You can say, well, the average household income or per capita, and that they generate less revenue, right? But at the same time, the brokest states are actually the blue states, and I'm gonna tell you why.
You're wrong, sir. You're wrong. I'm sorry. Tell me. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
So you want a back and forth, or do you want to?
No,
because I just want to keep the same consistency across the board. I said I'm gonna tell you why, and then you interrupted me and told me that I'm wrong.
Brother, you try to filibuster me too. So let's go.
You didn't even hear what it is that my reasons were.
I'm listening.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you why. So this is the reality, okay? When you look at California, for example, it's a reason why everybody in California is moving over into the South. They're migrating over to the Midwest and the South because the state is broke. And it's not amount of money that you generate because the taxes are super high in those states like California. But those states ultimately are mortgaging a future similar to the same way that we did in the housing crisis in 2008. When you look at Chicago, when you look at New York, when you look at California, California is literally in a $68 billion budget deficit. So it's not just about the amount of money that it generates based off of its location. Because the only reason that California is even remotely in a position that it's in financially is because it's on the West Coast where the weather is good. That's it. The other side of the conversation is the fact that it's more homeless people in California than any other state in the entire United States of America. The taxes are higher. It's disproportionately impossible for you to be able to purchase a home in California, right? They're running at a budget deficit to where they're going to have to tax people more money. And so the idea is that they've benefited from earlier years and earlier presidents and earlier legislation that allow for people to be able to invest in those states, but they're running them into the ground. And that's why you see companies moving away. They move into Florida. They move into Texas. They move into Alabama. They move into Nashville. These states are on the come up. And so when you talk about a state being broke, you can't just go by the per capita income. You have to go by all of the rest of the context as to why the state is being successful or people are walking away from it in the first place. In New York, same way. Chicago, same way. Illinois, same way. And so you can't tax your way to success. And that's what they're going to find out. What we going to see, and this is what my personal prediction is, and I could be wrong, what we'll wind up seeing is that these states are the states that everybody is going to move to and come up in. And the places like California, Chicago, and New York, and the only thing that's propping up the places like New York is because that's where everybody already is. Those states will continuously, and you will see them start to fail. They're going to fail more than ever. And then you're going to see every place like the Tennessees, you're going to see the Texases, you're going to see the Alabamas. People are already moving away from them because they see California's going over into Florida. You're going to see those states starting to take off. Straight up.
Okay, so I'm definitely I currently live in Nashville now, and yes, we do have
taking off.
Oh, of course. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And it's just recently started to take off within the last 5, 6, 7 years like that. It
I've
was
been here
not
since
thriving the way that it is now.
right. So I've been here since 2014 upon retiring.
Yep.
So I've been here since then, and of course, I see the drastic change, and I see a lot of Californians and stuff. However, the thing about it is, and this is why I don't agree with you. You're naming specific cities in those states.
Because
We're
that is
talking
the
about
economy.
We're talking about holistically. So you're naming specific cities. It's not. So you're telling me in the state of Illinois, the only thing is Chicago.
As Chicago go, that's how the rest of the state is going to go because everything is built off of the economy in Chicago.
I'm kind of with you. However, that's not the case, brother. Not holistically. When you take
who gonna carry Chicago?
Okay.
Peoria.
So who's gonna carry those four previous states that I just mentioned to you, which are the brokest? They are the brokest. Which city is going to carry those states? Let's start off with Alabama.
But see, that's the thing. Most of those places you starting to see migration to, not from. People are running away from Illinois. People are running away.
People are running away from Florida. They're running away from Florida.
No. That's not true. Florida has an influx of population. There's natives in Florida that can no longer live there because they're being out-marketed and outpriced by people that ran away from California that moved down there. People are moving to Florida, not from Florida.
I'm originally from Florida.
What does that mean? I got a residence. I'll be there next week. Or I'll be there at the end of this week.
I have a house. I also have a residence down there also.
But I'm from look at the population, people have moved to Florida, not from Florida. That is a fact. That is not my opinion.
Do some research in regards to the housing market. Folks are moving away from Florida to neighboring states such as Georgia.
Give me a second. I'll look it up.
Yes, sir.
Southern states continue to get the lion's share of new residents. I'll say Florida population grew by 365,000 from mid-2022 to mid-2023. Hold on, wait. I'm going to read the rest of it. 5 southern states grow by population by almost 1.2 million. Specifically, Florida, Texas, North Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina all added almost 1.2 million people among them. The South was the only region that drew net residents from other states. That is a fact. Meanwhile, the national population grew only by 1.6 million people from births and immigrants, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, as it relates to estimates that was released in late 2023. Charleston, South Carolina, Texas, Georgetown, Austin, Florida, Port St. Lucia, Palm Bay, on the east coast of Florida, Tampa, Florida's population boom from by more than 365,000 residents between mid-2022 and 2023 has been made up mostly of people 50 and older moving to the state looking to downsize from retirement, while Texas has drawn more working age people. That is a fact. That is not my opinion. This is literally according to the U.S. Census Bureau. So how are you going to convince me? Populations, listen, this is what it says. Populations dropped in 8 states down from 19 last year. New York, California. Listen, this is the 3 that they got, or the 3 at the very top of the list. New York, California, and Illinois. So where am I off at? And this is by state line as it relates to the U.S. Census Bureau. This is not my opinion. This is a fact. So how am I off if the southern states are getting the lion's share of the population and people are leaving the places that you say is the best place to live?
I did not disagree with you on that. I specifically said the state of Florida, and I'm speaking in regards to home ownership in the state. So in regards to home ownership of the state, Florida is off the chain, my brother. Folks are leaving because they can't. Say it again.
We moving the goalposts. I got you.
Well, I'm not moving the goalposts. First of all, you didn't let me finish. Home ownership in the state of Florida is basically going down the drain. It's a proven fact. Folks are leaving that state and flooding the neighboring states because of DeSantis, DeSanting, whatever you want to call him. Folks are fleeing Florida. Yes. Now you still, as you always had over the years, individuals upon retirement, yes, they're moving to Florida. They'll move to Florida, just like your homeless population will go to Florida and California due to the weather. Hence the reason why California has a large unhoused individuals in that state. It's because of the weather.
People with money are leaving California, bro.
Oh, yes, they are. And I'm totally in agreement with you. However, unhoused folks move there because of the weather conditions, the environment is a hell of a lot better. Do you agree with me on that?
But those are people that take resources. They don't actually add into the coffers that the state uses in order to manage their budget. So either way, I'm telling you that those states, the southern states and the Midwest, are going to thrive.
Okay, so we kind of spurred off topic, and because I only hit you up about Trump. Every like I said, 90%. I've been listening to you about 2 months, man, and my wife just goes crazy because I'll pop you on and I'm listening to you, and she was like, "Damn, you kind of like Cat." I said, "Yeah, brother. He's spitting some real game in regards. Of course, I'm older Cat.
How did you become a liberal? I know
you said, how did I become?
Yeah, you mask it as saying that you're progressive, but in reality, I asked you about Biden. You said, "What did Biden do that's so great? What do you think about his presidency?"
You said, "What do I think about it?"
Mm-hmm. What do you think about Biden's presidency?
Well, I'm one of those individuals that come to the realization that the president is a figurehead. It's not the president that basically runs this country. Now, I could be a conspiracy theorist and whatever you want to call me. However, I'll utilize this as an example.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the general of Fort Campbell in Kentucky, here in Kentucky, right? It's like the general. The general sits up top, and everything that the subordinates do, basically the general, and especially if it goes public, the general has to be the figurehead of that installation and say, okay, this is what we're doing about it. This is what we did. This is what occurred, and so forth. So I basically transition or say that's what the president of the United States is. It's a figurehead.
So why do you like Biden, and what has he done great? Because you asked me the same question as it relates to Trump, but you're not answering the question.
So once again, it goes back to leadership, right? So it goes back to leadership. So if you now, I definitely can't say this in regards to Biden, because do I think he's too old? I really do. To be honest with you, I think he's old. I think his time has passed, and he's done a lot of things previously in regards to African Americans, in regards to laws that I do not agree with.
Is that Is that not leadership?
Say it again.
Is that not leadership?
No, I'm saying previously. Maybe we can say about.
I thought leadership was important. Biden and Trump is only 3 years apart, by the way.
Yeah, but Biden's an old 80. you know the difference, my friend.
No, hold on. So you don't agree with you haven't stated one thing you agreed with Biden for, but you did state some stuff that you disagree with him, and specifically how it is that he treated black people. So again, because one of the foundations of your argument was racism. And
okay, so
I'm trying to understand such enthusiasm for Biden, considering the things that you just communicated to me.
Okay, so on the African American tip, of course, he implemented Juneteenth. That was recognized. A lot of individuals. I spent 16 years in Texas. You can scratch your head and do whatever you want in regards to Juneteenth. So that was recognized as a national holiday. That was kind of a big deal, right? Secondly, we can speak about I forget my sister's name that he put on the Supreme Court. Everything is what's the deal with you, my brother? Did I do all that? Did I do all that nose scratching and head robbing and all? I didn't do all that when you was naming yours.
You lit up a whole cigarette. What you talking about? I can see you in the back. Just because they can't see you don't mean that I can't see you.
Hey, that was a Black and Mild, my brother.
Okay,
I was listening to
a whole
you.
Black and Mild up. I ain't got no Black and Mild, so I just had to scratch my head a little bit.
And so why do you refute that?
What do
what's
we
the
care
problem?
about a token holiday? What does that have to do with policy? What does that have to do with national emergencies when it comes to the border crisis? What does that have to do with housing, inflation, joblessness, homelessness, fatherless households, wars over in different countries? What does that have to do with how does that help you? How does that help you? How does that help anybody that he anointed Juneteenth? Do you even know what that woman stood for? I think her name was Ketanji or something like that. Do you even know what her background is and what she stands for as far as being nominated to the Supreme Court and why they brought her in?
Well, of course we know. Of course I know, man. But
because I know.
So
what do you think about it? What do you think about what she stands on?
Well, I know. I I'm not finna go in there. However,
what do you mean? No. I described to you in detail why I like Trump, what he negotiated, what he stood for, what he advocated for, the laws that he implemented, bringing troops home, North American Free Trade Agreement, tariffs on China, donating to HBCUs, actually putting money where his mouth is, standing for the border wall, lowering taxes. I went into a detailed thing, and you don't even want to give me anything except for Juneteenth and a token Black woman nominated to the Supreme Court that probably stands against the very thing that you fought for.
Okay, he brought the troops. He brought the troops home from Afghanistan, which Trump said he would do. He said he would do. Didn't happen under his tenure. Didn't happen under his watch. So we can say how they basically decoupled from that country, and it was in disarray. However, I've been to combat 3 times. It's disarray that's going to happen. Trump ran on that notion that he was going to stop Afghanistan. Afghanistan continued on during his tenure. Am I right in regards to that?
Let me do a little bit of research to understand exactly what happened.
You got to do a lot of research, man.
Because I'm
telling you big facts. I'm telling you big facts.
Trump is the one that ordered the rapid withdrawal, according to Military Times, of all U.S. troops from Afghanistan and Somalia. Trump did that.
No, that's not.
He did it after. He did it literally.
Is that a credible web? Is that a credible source?
It absolutely is. It says that President Donald Trump ordered the rapid withdrawal of all U.S. troops from Afghanistan and Somalia in the wake of his 2020 election loss, but senior officials never followed through on the plan, according to testimony released by Congressional Committee January 6th on Thursday. The order for immediate withdrawal, and it would have been catastrophic, said Representative Adam Kensington, Republican of Illinois, one of 2 Republican members on a special panel. And yet President Trump is the one that signed the order. That's a fact. Witnesses who spoke to the committee about the surprise withdrawal plan, including Joint Chiefs Chairman General Mark Milley, former National Security Advisor and Vice President Keith Kellogg, and other senior officials in the Trump administration. He's the one that advocated for and signed for the withdrawal of troops. So the thing that you're trying to give President Biden credit for, Trump did it.
No,
he did do it. He did it before he ever left office. He did it.
So what year was this? What year was this?
Literally,
he actually
at the time, about 8,000 troops were still stationed in Afghanistan, helping to train government security forces to conduct counterterrorism operations. Fewer than 1,000 troops were in Somalia on similar missions.
What year was this?
Giving credit to somebody that don't even deserve it.
My brother, what year was this? That he actually signed?
I just read it off. You said you gave me facts. That's why I look it up.
No, what year was this? That's the only thing
I don't know. We can go into it. I have no clue. I have no clue. And if you want to go and research it further, but stop giving my real president Stop giving the real president's credit away.
No, that happened under the Biden administration.
No, it didn't. It said that it happened in 2020, right here. 2020. Anything else? Anything else? It happened in 2020.
That's when he actually signed?
He signed for the withdrawal of Afghanistan and Somalia troops.
Okay, so when did it actually occur? When did the withdrawal?
He signed for the withdrawal of the troops. The only thing that Biden did was ride his wave.
Biden had the troops come home.
No, he didn't. He executed on the same thing that Trump was already doing. Trump signed it. Trump was the one that executed on it. No. You're not going to finesse. You was wrong. He's the one that signed it. He is the one that signed it. You're not going to finesse.
We still have troops in the Horn of Africa, in the continent of Africa.
Wait. Are we moving the goalposts again, or are you going to acknowledge that you was wrong?
I'm not moving it. You brought up Somalia. I did not even bring up Somalia.
Both Afghanistan, because the order that he signed was to order troops home in both places.
Yeah, but
so you're going to acknowledge his greatness or no? So the thing that you wanted to give Biden credit for, you should be giving to Trump.
No, because Biden executed the removal of troops from Afghanistan.
Just say you don't like him. That's all you got to say. Don't say that he's wrong. Everything that you think that he deserved credit for, it actually goes to the other president. And just say you don't like him. If you want a token president, if you want somebody that's going to actually do you dirty but make you feel good about the fact that he bent you over, then keep voting for Biden. If you want somebody that's actually going to do something and then execute on his promises, he may have had a few missteps, but absolutely positively done way more good than he's done bad based off of the values that I stand for, then I think that you should be giving this man his credit. You should literally be naming a holiday after Trump. We should have Trump Day. Instead of Juneteenth, I nominate Trump Day.
Really?
Absolutely. I will replace Juneteenth with Trump Day all day long.
On the basis of business acclimate, you dedicated to Trump.
You should too. He brought your friends home. He signed the thing to bring your friends home.
Well, Republicans are the one that put him in that condition. What president? What Democratic president ever initiated a war?
Obama.
When?
Obama kept our troops at war for a long time.
Obama's brought us home in 2011 from Iraq.
Bill Clinton.
Iraq.
Bill Clinton.
So what? Grenada? Maybe Grenada. That was, if I'm not mistaken, that was the first Bush. Grenada.
Clinton? Hold on, let me figure it out. Because see, I got to keep on going back to. You keep telling me don't do it.
The war back then was Grenada. If I'm not mistaken.
Give Trump his credit or no? But while I'm looking at this,
there's no credit to be given because the orders were executed under Biden.
Can you please no, he's the one that signed for the troops to come home. It happened under Trump, bro.
Okay, so two things can be true at once. He might have signed. The orders were executed under
the U.S.
Biden.
military intervention in the Bosnian and Kosovo wars. Anything else?
So when was Grenada? Those.
No, you said what wars was initiated under a Democratic president. I just told you.
But those were small campaigns. Those weren't massive wars.
So those don't count. Okay, well then give me the criteria.
Of course not. So it's just like a Grenada. It's just like a Grenada. It's just like a Somalia. Those were major conflicts. We're talking about major conflicts. Every Republican president.
Right now.
We don't have boots on ground in Ukraine.
Yeah, we giving away all of our money. That's for sure.
Well, yeah, and I call BS on that. Of course I did. Of course, that's BS.
Listen. Just say that you like, you like window gestures, but you don't want real results. The only thing that you said was Juneteenth and a black Supreme Court justice. Good God.
Well, I just told
And
you.
she happened to
he
be a woman too. We don't even need no more women in leadership.
I disagree with you on that one, brother.
Of course you do.
I'm sorry.
Of course
I disagree with you. I disagree with you on that one. Because like I said, I was under
blink if your wife is looking at you right now to make sure that you're all right, bro.
That's not the case, brother. Hey, I stand on my own.
So you telling me that you got these thoughts on your own?
Say it again.
You think that you got these thoughts on your own?
In regards to women?
Jesus.
No, you flip flopping. You're going back and forth.
No, I was just trying to figure out, is this something that somebody told you, or do you really believe what you're saying?
So you saying in regards to women in leadership positions, is that what you're speaking on right now?
Correct.
Huh?
Yes.
Man, I know at least 10 women that will wipe the floor with you, my brother. Are you serious in regards to a leadership position? Come on, man.
You know 10 women that wipe the floor with you because you served under them.
Well, of course. I was in the Army. I explained that to you.
Yep.
Yeah. And they did a hell of a damn job. No question.
Dope.
They did a hell of a job.
I don't believe it. I don't believe in that shit.
In combat operations, my brother.
Put them all on the front line then.
So women are on the front line now.
No, all of them.
Well, not all of them. Hell, not all men are on the front line.
Listen, women shouldn't be in leadership positions.
My God.
I'm dead serious.
And you actually said that out loud, which is crazy. That's crazy. So I guess that my 98% went down to maybe a 96% now.
They shouldn't be in leadership positions.
Really?
Absolutely.
Really?
Not. Absolutely not.
Why not? Why not?
Because that's what God said. They shouldn't even be in leadership positions.
You said that's what
scripture.
God.
That's scripture.
That's what you believe in. You can't throw the Old and the New Testament on everybody.
That's scripture.
I'm just being. You can be scripture. Everyone doesn't believe in scripture.
You asked me why I believed in it. I wasn't justifying it for everybody. You asked me my personal opinion, and I told you why I believed in it because it's scripture.
Everyone doesn't believe in scripture.
I didn't ask everybody their opinion. You asked me my opinion, why, and I'm telling you why.
Because of scripture?
Yes.
Oh wow. Because
I don't take orders from women. I take orders from God.
Okay. Who is God?
What?
Who is God to you? Who is God to you?
Do you believe in the scriptures? Do you even believe in the scriptures?
Not to the extent that you do, obviously.
So no. What do you mean to the extent? It's either you believe in it or you don't. It's a black and white with the scriptures. It's not a gray area. It's either you believe wholeheartedly in the scriptures or you don't.
It's very
okay
gray.
if you don't. It's okay if you don't. I'm just wondering. I'm trying to establish a foundation to see if this is even a conversation that we got to have, right? Because we could just move on to something else or whatever, but I'm just trying to understand where you at. I am a fervent believer in the scriptures. I'm trying to understand if you are a fervent believer in the scriptures also or not, and it's cool.
No.
Okay, I'm with it. All right, so it's nothing for us to discuss. We just got two different perspectives of how it is that we see life based off of what our beliefs are. That's it.
Of course. Yeah, and if you basing it on scripture that a woman cannot be in a leadership position, I think you're way off killer.
I didn't say that
really
they
do.
couldn't. I said that they shouldn't. I think that words mean things. There's always going to be an anomaly. There's always going to be a situation, right? There's always, you can have a dog pretend to be a cat, but eventually, you know what I'm saying, when you get into a dog fight, it might be a little bit of a different situation. Can you have the anomaly woman that can hold her own amongst men? Absolutely. There's always going to be an anomaly, right? Can a man walk in heels just as good as a woman? If he practiced good enough, it doesn't mean that he's supposed to wear heels. Right. I don't believe that the natural order of things is based off of how we see society today. I think that if you want a more perfect society that's more aligned with how things are supposed to go, it's supposed to be based off of how it is that we live our lives, and it's a blueprint for that, and it's called the Word of God. And the Word is the Word; it does not change. It doesn't matter if it's 2023, if it's 1903, or if it's 2043. It doesn't change. The word is the word. And so when I say that I believe in something, I believe in it wholeheartedly. I don't waver from it. I don't modify it. I don't change it. My understanding of it continues to grow as I read it and understand it, and as I get old and I have life experiences. But I don't change ever. I think that the word is the word and it does not change. And it says specifically, and it gives the order of things. And it's God over man. I take my orders from God. God over man, man over woman, woman over child. She's to be a helpmeet. She's not to lead me. And so I don't need a partnership. I need a wife. And a wife is a help me, and it's a natural order of things. And so I move a certain type of way. Do I abide by the rules and the rules and the laws of the land? Absolutely, because I have to. The word says that. It says that we have to abide by the rules and the laws of the land, but it doesn't mean that everything is right.
So yeah, and I'm with you, and that can be interpreted a totally different way. Also, yes, as far as my household, I'm in totally agreement with you that a man leads the household. But when you decouple yourself from the household and you're out in the real world, and women are feminine, the feminine are in leadership positions, then guess what? That's not your household.
Listen,
that's not your household.
People that are gay,
hypothetically, that's a corporation. That's a corporation, sir. So
correct.
If that woman has been
I'm
deemed
still gonna respect you as a human. That don't mean that my belief changed.
If that woman has been deemed to run that corporation, then by all means, a good leader was once a hell of a follower.
Listen,
do you agree with that?
Who put that woman in position to lead that corporation?
Hell, maybe another woman.
Or another man.
God.
Or another man. No, God didn't do
that. God put that woman in that position. That's what she believes.
No,
and
God,
so if she believes,
God left.
and if she,
no, what God does, and what the scripture says.
Just like you, if she's a Bible thumper, she believed that God, the Almighty God, put her in that position as a CEO of that particular company to lead men and women to be successful. If she believes exactly the way you believe,
because again, the word is the word, and God
so
is not the author.
Nobody else. It doesn't matter.
God is not the author of confusion.
It doesn't matter what anybody else believes. Only what you believe is what you're telling me.
No, I believe what I believe, but what happens is the word.
So that woman is reading the same scripture.
You gonna let me answer? You gonna let me answer?
The lady is reading the exact same scripture that you're reading, the exact same scripture. So she believes that the Almighty put her in the leadership position to run that organization. You're speaking in regards to me. You're speaking in regards to me. You're speaking in regards to me on how I run my household. I'm the head of my damn household. However,
I didn't tell you how to run your household. I never said that you should run your household anyway. What I said is this is what I believe.
What you did was you made a sly comment in regards to who told you to think this way. And no, sir. My households. I run my households. Now, if I go out and go into an organization, which I've already stated, and a female is in my households.
What does that mean?
That means numerous, plural.
You got 2 wives?
No, sir. I'm saying residence-wise, or maybe I should say businesses, or my business. As far as my properties and my houses, guess what? I determine how we move, how we shake and move.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying.
My old lady. I'm from the South. My old lady. I'm here to groom her in that aspect. Okay? So, in regards to that, I'm with you 100%. However, if I go and apply for a position at a damn Amazon, and guess what? Their director of operations is a female, then guess what? If she's running things effectively, which a lot of females can do effectively, and articulate what needs to go on so we can be productive and produce and streamline workload or whatever, then guess what? I'm following that female and we're going to make it happen. We're going to get to the bag, like you like to say.
All right. So what I said was, this is what I believe, right? But the difference between how you tried to paint it is much different than what my belief is. And here's why. She can believe whatever she wants to believe in the same way that I was able to respect what your beliefs are based off of what you communicated to me.
Okay.
But the word is still the word. So it doesn't matter if I believe it or not. The only thing that matters is whether it's the truth. And the truth is the truth regardless of how you feel about it. It doesn't matter if it's your truth or her truth. It's the truth. And the word is still the word. And so she can try to interpret the word to be any way she
That's
wanted to
your
be.
truth. That's your truth, though, because
you
I
gonna let me
already
finish?
told you. I already told you that everyone does not believe in the Bible. So that's your truth. That's not the world's truth. That's not the world's truth. That's not the world's truth. So basically you're changing my words also, my brother.
I didn't speak to your words. What I said was the word is the word and it does not change. So what we have to judge ourselves against is whether or not we're obedient to the word, right? I could believe whatever it is that I want to believe, but I just so happen to believe in the word of God. The difference is that that's the way in which I evaluate whether I did the right thing or the wrong thing. I can go out here and fuck five different chicks at the same time. It doesn't mean that I'm right, but how I judge myself and how I evaluate and my moral compass is all based off of whether or not I did it according to what the word says. So it doesn't matter what you believe. If you asking me my personal thoughts, then I'm going to tell you what I believe. But how I see the world and how I evaluate whether you're right or you're wrong or you're doing anything the way that you're supposed to do is based off of how it is that I base it off of what God says. And so if you asking me to exist in this world and survive, yeah, that's one thing. But if you asking me whether or not it's right or wrong, I'm going to go by based off of what the word says. It just is what it is.
Okay. So once again, that's personally. That's your personal belief. You walk on faith. You sit down and read a book.
You are dead right.
Yeah, you sit down and read a book and you grab those bylaws, if you will, and that's how you run your life. That's you personally. So I'm back on the same aspect that a woman can do the exact same thing and interpret that same book and come to the belief that God put her in that position to lead effectively men and women. She can believe the exact same thing.
And you will be wrong 10 times out of 10.
Wow.
And you will be wrong 10 times out of 10.
Brother, the way you interpreted is why the way you interpreted the Bible to me, and this is just God honest opinion, is how we were enslaved so many years. How we was enslaved so many years. We were told that Bible and was enslaved so many years based on a few excerpts from that Bible, a few excerpts, and guess what? Yes, sir, master. Yep, the good Lord said it, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go out here and pick this cotton because the good Lord said it, and guess what? When I die, I'm going to heaven. That same book that you interpreted that says females cannot be in charge of corporations, that's the exact same book that kept our people enslaved for 300, 400 years. Same terminology. Disagree or don't?
You're wrong. You've been wrong. I'm just letting you talk yourself into a corner. I haven't changed my perspective. You haven't convinced me of anything differently. You're still wrong. There's a hierarchy. There's an order to things. And it's the reason why we are able to thrive, and the reason why our households are absolutely in disarray and why the world is falling apart is because of people like you and the way that you think. And you think that it's okay to go outside of what was ordained. And this is the reason why we absolutely destroyed. It's the reason why our households is in chaos. It's the reason why men think that they on the same on par with women. It's the reason why people like you simp out for women. It's the reason why women are having children outside of wedlock. It's the reason why. No. You threw the whole slave thing on me, and you now. No. I don't need you to defend yourself. I said what I said.
I'm
Your
not. I'm not going. I'm not.
your
I do.
mentality, your
I
view
do
towards
not have to.
women,
I do
your
not have to.
liberal
I do not have to
perspective,
defend.
your support of
Mhm.
Biden because he gave you a holiday is exactly why we in the position that we in. It's exactly why black people are always going to lose. It's exactly why this country is in disarray. And it's exactly why America eventually will fall because they left up to their own devices. And the thing about God is that he don't control you. He give you a choice. He give you an option. And so what you think that God said, or what a woman, or what your perspective of what God said, or what their interpretation of it, it's not, because the word don't divide itself against itself. It has to align with the word of God. So if you come over here and you say to me, well, God told me to take that man's head off, I know you lying. Because that's not what the word says. That's not what he does. God does not divide the word against itself. It still has to be true. It still has to come back down to a common denominator. And so just because we outside of our purpose and we think that we know what we supposed to do, but in reality, you don't even believe in the word, but you sitting here having a conversation with me about it. It's the whole reason why I tried to let you back out of this in the first place and establish a foundation. And I said, okay, well, we can move on, but you wanted to come back to it. And now you sound like a fool. You sound like a fool. You sound like a feminist. You sound like a fool. You sound like an atheist. You sound like the very person that God said to not listen to. And you've been absolutely positively poisoned by the well, and you are not standing on business because God don't allow for men to really operate in a masculinity and have views like this. This is bullshit. Respectfully.
Really?
Respectfully.
Hey, that's respectful, and you can believe whatever you want to believe, my brother. For one, you don't know me from a hole in a donut.
I'm going.
You don't know me from a hole in a donut. For one reason, you consider yourself. Hold up. So for one reason, you consider yourself a conservative, right? You consider yourself a conservative. I can't not name one conservative, one true conservative in this world. Now, you conservatives, you stand on the Bible. You stand on the Bible and you spit out verses. I've been listening to you for, like I said, for the last 2 months. You spit out verses and then you're borderline trashing women. That's what you're doing. You're trashing women. And just because a male,
is that why your wife is surprised that you're still listening to me?
Hey, just because
is that why your
male,
wife is surprised that you're still listening to me? Because she told you I trash women? I don't trash women. I tell the truth.
I'm telling you. I just hold up,
accountability
Kippo.
partner.
Hold up.
And when I see people do something wrong, if it just so happen to be a woman,
you keep going back to someone. Oh my
I am
gosh.
not the person that you
You're
gonna
gonna keep
control.
talking.
You're right.
Brother, you're gonna keep talking, and you're talking rubbish. You talking rubbish, man.
I don't even know what rubberish is. Gibberish? You mean gibberish?
Yeah, that too. That too. Just like Illinois. When it's Illinois, okay. So let's don't go there. Anyway,
no, I call it Illinois. I call it Illinois for a reason because it ain't nothing but noise over there.
Because you're a C student.
It's nothing but noise over there.
Because you're a C student. That's why. But anyway, because guess what, brother? You keep hollering that a woman tells me. A woman tells me how to think, how to act. That's totally disrespectful, my brother. Now, I have respect for everyone. I have respect for everyone. And guess what? Once again, I told you on my military background, I've seen women put in positions that can do the job just as if not just as effectively, but more effectively than a male counterpart. So once you get out your bubble and say, once you get out your bubble and spin around the world and meet some real hardcore ass women that can stand up there or stand on their own, not saying they should have to, but guess what? Society has put it where they have to stand up on their own. And once you get out your bubble and start being so compartmentalized in the way of thinking because you read it in a book that told you this is the way to think, that's not the truth, my brother. Go live some more. Keep opening your eyes up, and you're gonna run into some real women. That's without a doubt, unequivocally, without a doubt.
That's what went real.
No question about it. But what you're not going to do is kind of downgrade me as a male, because I've seen some
Are you a male or are you a man? Are you a male or are you a man? Are you a male or are you a man?
Okay, so now we're going to get
No,
biological
you
or
said
technical.
downgrade you as a male. Are
So
you a
okay,
man? Do you? Because I respect men differently than men
look at
than
here,
the guys that identify as
look at here,
males.
man.
Are you a
I'm the
man
last
or
of
are
the
you a
dying
male?
breed. I'm the last of the dying breed, my brother. I'm the last of the dying breed.
Listen, if your
I
breed
don't
got
see.
that
Hey,
mentality,
look
this is the
at here, man.
reason
I don't
why I
see some.
call old dudes
Hey,
simps. This
AD,
is why I say that
I
y'all
see some
let us.
questionable.
This is why I see.
AD,
This is why I say
I see
this
some
is.
questionable comportments. I see some questionable comportments out of you. Like when you
Oh
come
yeah,
on that
go ahead, and call
commercial.
me out.
When you come on initial on that Teach commercial, you look a little feminine, my brother. I don't know if
I'm
anybody
gay
ever.
now.
I
I'm
don't know
gay.
if anybody ever told you that. You look a little feminine. I'm just going to be honest with you. In a real man, if you had real men around you, would have told you that commercial is kind of questionable, my brother.
My
So
Teach commercial
with that,
questionable. Got it.
hey, so with that
Anything
said,
else?
so
Anything else?
with that said, my brother, let's don't go there. And you ain't seen and or heard anything out of me that's going to question that I'm a man. So
And this is the
I just
reason
will point.
why.
I will point that out there to you.
And this is the reason why, on a regular basis, I say that y'all
Mm-hmm.
OGs failed y'all. To the audience,
Okay.
when you
Yeah.
listen to these
What
guys that's
OJ?
your OGs and these
Mm-hmm.
older dudes that then give their opinion and they try to justify it by saying that, well, you know, I served and all of that. And I'm appreciative. The first thing that I said to him when he first came up here is I said, listen, I appreciate your service. But the reality is this. They stand on that in order to try to justify to y'all why y'all should be suckers. Y'all gonna have to divest yourselves from the mentality of these
Suckers.
dudes. When they say,
Suckers?
you got to give me a second because I'll let you
No,
cook.
because you're not speaking to me.
I'll
You're not
let you
speaking to
cook.
me. You're disrespectful now. You're disrespectful because you're speaking to the audience.
You
You're not
literally
speaking to
just
me.
told me that I was gay.
I didn't tell you was gay. I didn't.
You
See,
did. You just said. You said. Hold
words have meanings.
Wait. You can't sit there. I'm gonna mute you if you don't let me finish my point.
So in
Because I've
essence,
been
what
letting
you
you. I've
told
been
me.
letting you say whatever you want to say, and I'll let you get off
No,
all of your little ad hominem
no.
attacks.
Look
But
at you.
listen, I'm gonna finish my statement.
Hey, brother, you've been coming at me the whole time, and I've been letting it go. You've been saying little sly remarks, and you question my manhood numerous times. So guess what? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Only
Yeah, I
thing
don't
I
have no
did was
problem
shout
with it.
back at you.
I don't have no
I
problem
shot
with it.
back
Did you
at
see
you.
me? Did you see me
Well,
complaining
I did
about it?
not
You
say
the
you
only.
were gay, homeboy. Hold up. I did not
You
say
the
you
only
were
one
gay.
that's complaining.
No, I did not say you were
Okay,
gay.
you
I said
insinuated that I had some feminine tendencies, right?
you have feminine traits, if
Okay,
you
cool.
will. You
I'm with that.
okay?
Cool.
There we go.
All right, so
There
let
we
me
go.
finish what I was
There-
saying.
okay, got it.
You'll be able to respond. At the end of the day, this is the reason why y'all need to divest yourselves against the men of yesteryear. They suckers.
Mm.
They got
Oh,
sucker mentalities. They lean into the mindset of women. They believe they are the biggest ones that advocated for feminism in their actions. They believe that they're supposed to be led by women. And they then throw attacks and they throw temper tantrums when you don't agree with them. And it's cool. Listen, I respect them. I
My brother, I
absolutely
threw a
love them
temper
enough
tantrum
to
with
be
you.
able to. Listen, are you gonna step outside of your
No,
femininity and let me finish on my own
hey,
platform? Because I haven't even
hold up.
muted you or anything. I said that I was gonna give you the floor to respond, and you won't even let me
okay.
finish on my own
Finish, my
platform.
brother. Finish, my brother.
They lean into their femininity. They then start to question. This is the same thing that women do. And this is the reason I'm saying it. They start throwing ad hominem attacks. They say stuff like, who hurt you? Or you must be gay, or all of this other type of stuff, right? And so we don't even acknowledge that anymore because we've heard that from women on a regular basis. Y'all got to make sure that y'all be careful. Just because they old don't mean that they not foolish. Just because they're older don't mean that they not ignorant. Just because they say that they giving you game, or just because they married don't mean that they know what they talking about when it comes to how it is that you're supposed to live your life. Be careful. Be careful. Follow God. You ain't even got to follow me. Follow God. Lean into his word, and he will never steer you wrong. And then use that as your moral compass, and never, ever, ever lean into your femininity like the gentleman is doing right here. All right, go ahead. You can have it.
My brother, you're a comedian. You're in the wrong profession, my brother. You're definitely in the wrong you're in the wrong profession, my brother. I'm just gonna be dead honest with you. You're in the wrong profession. You should be stand up, and here's the reason why you probably garner such a huge audience. I'm sure you're a shrewd businessman, and like I said, I've been listening to you. You're a true businessman, and you handle your business, and big ups to you in all your financial endeavors. But however,
Not
the
my
stand up is
endeavors.
endeavors. So as far as being a individual that's going to speak on how a man is supposed to comport themselves, my brother, you're a long way from being a real man. Yeah, OG. I got you probably, but what, you're 40, 41?
40. You know how old I am. Stop acting like
I
you don't
don't. I
know.
do. My
You
brother,
know.
I do not know how old.
You
How old
watch
are
the
you?
show. You watch the show. You know
I've
I'm 41.
only. Okay, you're 41, so I'm 49. I'll be 50 next year. Basically, we're in the same. We're in
No,
the
we not.
same category, my
No, we
brother.
not.
You ain't. You're only 9 years,
That's a
8
gap.
years. Okay. All right. So when I
You was
listen to
born in
you,
the early 70s. I was born in the 80s.
yeah,
That's a gap.
that's when the G's was born. The G's were born in the 70s. No question.
Which
The G's were
G's?
born in the 70s. The
Which
G's were born
G's?
in the 70s.
Which
The,
G's?
the
Which
G's
ones?
were born in the 70s. Yeah. The
They the
G's were born. This
suckers.
was
I
all the
wasn't born
rap
in the
music that
70s.
all the rap music that you spit, all the old school rap music that you always commenting on. That's where it came from. It came from my generation, my brother,
And that's the part
and
that I'm
that's what
trying to
you been.
purge from myself. See, when I
Well,
talk on
of
these
course.
platforms, I
Now,
say that that's the worst part. That's the worst part of me. But I
well,
can't
what?
unsee what it is that y'all did. Y'all led me
No,
astray.
the,
But now I'm getting
the,
better understanding how I can move differently.
No, your worst acumen is what comes out of
Not
your
my
mouth. Your
which
profanity.
acumen?
Your
My
prof-
acumen?
your. I'm sorry. The profanity. The profanity that comes out your mouth. That's the worst thing about it. It's not the rap
Shit.
music, my brother, because
Shit.
it's music. Because it's
Shit.
music. It's
It
never
ain't the
music, my brother.
profanity. It ain't the profanity.
Okay.
It's these
Yeah.
motherfucking feminine people that try to advocate for these women and they don't really know what they talking about.
So advocating for you have a daughter, right?
Yeah, and she gonna play her role like every other woman is supposed to. She gonna submit and she gonna do what she's supposed to do. What you think? She gonna be in a leadership position?
Well, of course you will. Of course you will.
No, she won't.
Of course. Oh, of
No,
course
she
you will.
won't.
Of course. Of course you will.
You want her
Yes,
to
she
be,
will.
and that's why she got
She
a
will.
strong fucking father in her life instead of some other dude that's leading her astray, telling her what she gonna do. I said
Yeah.
that she gonna do what
Hey,
she's supposed to do, and that ain't
Hey,
what it
D,
is. She's gonna
hey, D,
follow her
watch
fucking
that commercial.
husband.
Hey,
She's
D,
gonna
watch that
follow her
commercial.
husband, and she gonna
Hey,
get
watch
up
that
under his
commercial.
leadership. That's what she
Hey,
gonna do.
hey, watch that T. Hanley commercial that you initially come on with. And that ain't masculine to me.
Daniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me, but I just got home.
Oh my God, what? And you calling somebody feminine? My goodness. Your generation started this. Hey, your generation started this. Oh, they started off saying it was metrosexual. Oh, boy, I tell you're hilarious, dog. Hey, I'm telling you, go into stand up, my big dog. Go into stand up. I'm telling you, kinfolk, go into stand up because that's where you're gonna make your money at. Trust me.
But no, I'm gonna be honest with you though, P.
You're gonna be a billionaire if you go into stand up. You're not gonna be a millionaire. You're gonna be a billionaire if you go into stand up. I guarantee you.
Hey P,
I
I'm
guarantee you.
gonna be honest with you, P.
What's
I
up,
like
buddy?
you, and the reason that I like
What's
you,
up, buddy?
the reason that I like you is that you able to take these L's and still be able to come back.
There's no L's taken.
That means that you don't take it personal.
Oh no, without a doubt. Why would I take it personal, brother? Hey, look here. You haven't paid not one.
A lot of people
You
get
haven't
emotional.
paid not. You have not paid one mortgage over here, my brother. So how can
that
I?
don't mean nothing. People get
Oh,
emotional and
that means
they take jokes and conversation personal instead of just leaving it like that. And that's why I said I respect you. I got a lot of respect for you, bro.
Well, yeah, from afar. respects ends when you talk about the feminine. Come on, brother. We went a little too far from that. So
You the
so
one
you
that
know the age
started
group.
it.
No, you did all the little sly remarks, and I let them go. I let them go for the longest until you made me. You put me in a wall, and I
I
had to
have
fire
no
back at you about your
problem with you.
commercial.
I have
I,
no
I had to
problem
fire.
with you
I had
saying
to
what you
fire back
said.
about your commercial. I
I
had to
think my
fire back about
commercial is dope.
Yeah, it's a little sweet. it's it's a little sweet, brother. Oh my god. It's a little sweet, man, but it's all good though. That's you, my dude. You know what I mean? That's you. You know what I mean? Hey, make that money, brother. You got to make that money however you can, man. You know what I mean? Hey, numerous streams of income, man. You got to bag up to your audience, man. I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you, bro. Not at all. Get that. Hey, what Cat Williams says, make that paper, boo boo. Get that paper, boo boo. Get that paper, man. I ain't mad at you a little bit. Not at all. Mhm.
You just don't take it. You don't just take your L's and go away. You fight back. All right, I
Hey,
like that.
hey, man. Hey, I ain't mad at you though, my bro. Hey, man. It was good chopping it up with you though, man.
Yeah, I enjoyed this back and forth. That was good. I like that.
I enjoyed it,
I
man.
gotta give you your
Hey, man.
props. Fighting back.
Hey, hey, big ups, man. Big ups to you. Big ups to independent success. I'm sure you got it coming.
That's what's up.
We're gonna make it happen, my brother.
All right, my friend. Let me know if you need anything, bro.
Okay,
I appreciate
likewise.
you for calling through.
Oh yeah,
All right,
I
bro.
did.
I'm gonna get one more person up. Yo, I'm from Detroit. We don't take it personal. When people crack jokes, they crack jokes. You know what I'm saying? We don't trip about that. We don't trip about that. That was a good one. He hit me off with a good one. He fought valiantly. Flo, what up, Flo?
What's going on, man?
Chilling. What's the word, my friend?
Oh man, that was a wild ride from me back here in the green room. I don't know what you can see on your end, but I was
Yeah, I can see everything.
I had some economic thoughts when I called in, and then at this point I don't even know. Like I have to
What
go
do you
find
mean?
the eggnog early. Well, I mean, so he made a lot of economic claims that were inaccurate, of course, but I guess instead of trying to play whack-a-mole with specifics,
Mm.
I would say that what I think is most important is understanding why the economic mechanics work one way or the other.
In
And
what
from
way?
what I heard, so why do more liberal or conservative policies have the impacts they have on the economy?
So give me a specific example.
Well, loosely, more open market, more free market
Mm.
creates more competition because the incentive is
Capitalism.
there. Right. Capitalism gives the incentive to individuals to be more productive.
Mm-hmm.
More progressive economic policies takes that away.
Like what?
Redistributive programs.
I agree. Socialism.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean. If you just understand those simple levers, it's clear how progressive economic policies are.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
I think
And
that
so I guess that's the level of
I think that
understanding.
there
And I
still
would hope
has
you
to
get
be
to.
some there still has to be some regulation though.
That's fine. I'm not opposed to that necessarily, but the
Because, like, for example, if you just allow for anybody to do anything, then that completes create chaos, right? You can't, for example, have large corporations in the name of capitalism going out and completely ruining a community or an environment and destroying it without any kind of repercussions as a result of it by not being
Sure.
monitored as far as regulation, right? You can't have people building houses without having inspections. You know what I'm saying? Like, it has to be some minimum form of regulation in a general sense in order to make sure that we don't create chaos.
I agree. The issue, though, then becomes regulatory capture.
I agree.
Yep,
you're right. I agree with you 100%, though. I think we need less government and more freedom to create more revenue by incentivizing people to do innovative things instead of trying to put the clamps down on them and saddle them with red tape. So,
yep. Let people be successful, and they will be.
Yep.
Take it away, and they won't be. So,
yep.
I don't know. That's really, and that's the layer of understanding that I never see from people who have the perspectives that he was having.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. We on the same page, Flo.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you, my friend, for tapping in.
Good to talk to you again. Take it easy.
All right, bye. All right, I'm going to read the super chats, and then I'm going to play the commercial. I'm going to read the super chats, and then I'm going to play the commercial. Listen, y'all, if y'all can't laugh, or if y'all can't laugh when somebody crack a good joke or something like that or whatever, if you can't even laugh at yourself or have a conversation, or if you can't go back and forth with people and then chop it up at the end and say, all right, good one, big dog, I like that one, or whatever, then y'all not built for content creation. You're not built for criticism. You're not built for leadership. You're not built for anything. You know what I'm saying? In the same way that we was going back and forth when we was going at each other, it's not that big of a deal, man. Like, you have fun, you have a good time. It was entertaining. I like the fact that he was willing to keep fighting back. We may have some fundamental disagreements as far as like his politics and stuff like that, but then when we get to the jokes, if he crack a good joke, I'm gonna laugh at it. So it's not that big of a deal, man. Like, y'all take stuff I think not y'all. Some people take stuff too seriously, and that's when stuff get negative. I'm not a negative person. I like it. That's why I allow for people to be able to come up here and say what they want to say and get their rocks off. And if they criticize me or they want to crack a joke or they want to talk negatively about me, I didn't mute one person. Not one person. And so I like it. I like it when people have smoke. If I wanted to operate in a silo, I wouldn't interact with the chat. I would be banning every single person that had anything negative to say about me. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even allow for people to come up here and criticize me. So I let them not even get on camera so that they feel more comfortable saying what they really think. So I'm with it. I'm with the smoke. I like it. I think that was cool. He was a cool dude. Everybody that called up, I appreciate y'all for rocking out with me. Y'all awesome. Let me get to the super chats, and then I'm going to play the commercial for y'all because I think that was funny. All right. Beastly Nerd in the building says Stephen A. must have forgotten that Gabby had a failed Bad Boys spinoff TV show that lasted one season. Oh, she did. She absolutely did. 100%. For real. And shout out to P. I appreciate you, bro. And what's his name? Gangsta Love. Shout out to him too. Glow says Gangsta Love clicked the link if he wanted to do it. Yeah, he clicked the link. He hit it up. Tim Matthews is in the building with the 20 ball. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate you. Let me see. Life to Live for Network says Ninja's always trying to humble somebody. F off. Chris is in the building, says this guy. Jadri Barber is in the building. Jadri Barber says Gangstalicious came on here with fake news. Ordinary Black Guy says this ninja is telling you his villain origin story. Jones Zero says I'm here dying. Break this man off a little something just for having a live hot. Nothing good to stay quiet. I appreciate you. Thank you, my friend. Pebbles, what up, Pebbles? Says as a black mom, that Jonathan Majors verdict pissed me off mainly because I have a son his age, and this could have happened to black men. Travesty. I agree with you, love. Jason Harrison says this mother effer smart. He know he getting that coaching call hard than a mother effer. Yeah, he finessed me out of a coaching call. Torrance B says no way a man can make $250 million and concern himself with another man being braggadocious. No way. Black Cartwright is in the building. Says AD, put that dude back in the suburban energy. He capped. Tyson Scott says humility is the rallying cry of the week. I appreciate you. Tech coach Ralph says this is like the Fresh Prince when Will's dad left him again. Why AD never responded to my email? Chris Moore says, Anton, I got your back, retired. Fee security. If you come to the Chi, I got heavy hitters on my team. I'm scared of Chicago. Messi says black unemployment was the lowest under Trump. That's a fact. Ryan Isaac is in the building with the 20 ball, says he negotiated peace treaties to prevent World War III in 2019. Our sergeant major always told us to be prepared because it's coming, and he ended it all. No new wars under Trump. And I really appreciated that too. Glow Hardy is in the building, says people don't talk about them for peace treaties Trump signed in the Middle East. Trump put $950 million in the HBCUs over the course of 10 years. Jacques Wells says, I rebuke that attack on Anton by the blood of Jesus. The author of confusion, the devil, has no authority nor power over his children in obedience. Glow Hardy goes on to say, Trump signed the Great Nature Conservation Act since Roosevelt. Like, bro, glad I had the pleasure to serve under Trump. Shout out to you. Oh, man, I ain't seen a Stanasia in a long time, and this is why we don't listen to old people anymore. Facts. Enforcer 2K9 says, there's something mentally wrong with our people. We got grown men who can't answer direct questions, tap dance, deflect, and never make a real point. Let's see. B. Moore says, the guy was in the military when we were losing our jobs in 2008. He didn't feel the pain we felt, so he wouldn't know. JP07 says, AD, hate to send this in because I know you want us to be respectful, but listening to that last caller made me a little dumber. Chat lives matter, baby. Ben Richardson says, ain't these states broke now? They are broke. Speeds the Beast says, shout out to you, brother. Keep doing your thing. The truth shall make them free. Hashtag God's work. Thank you, my friend. Bilderberg Boy is in the building, says, I wasn't even going to super chat, but the call, especially with Jarhead, Anton, I take my hat off to you, bro. I can't do it anymore with these low vibrational thinking ninjas. You are engaging with victims of Stockholm Syndrome. Carlos is in the building, says, Alabama had a budget surplus this year. We growing. My dog, Class E Beat, says, AD, you really shouldn't be cooking veteran OGs like that live in 4K is disrespectful. Merry Christmas, bro. Thank you, my friend, and bless you, my family. I appreciate you, Class E Beats. Thank you for holding me down, and I appreciate it for the 50 ball. Jadari says, this dude IQ is smaller than his bank account. Yasuke82 says, Trump already got a holiday January 6th. I see what you did there. Sonia Aldridge with the 20 ball says, Anton, thanks for the facts. I appreciate you, baby. My dog, Chris J, says, symbolism is for children. Grow up, veteran. Rahim says, Obama killed Gaddafi and created an open-air slave market in Libya. That also led to the library of Timbuktu being damaged. Wow, I don't know nothing about that. Y'all educate me. I don't know everything. I know a little bit of something, though. Jari says, callers, why I'm no longer a black man. You can't change from being a black man specifically, I guess. Seminole 2014 says, how much you want to bet this girl run the house? 187 is in the building, says, you know the world is doomed when a man would rather follow a woman over the almighty God. Shaking my head. Shout out to my Canadians in the building. I appreciate you. Also, Dark Side says, it takes a wrecking ball of truth to break down the walls of delusion, especially when engaging ideologically possessed people devoid of common sense. Shout out to my UK brethren. Black Cartwright says, AD, that boomer was a complete fool. Ashton De Rosas says, this guy is your typical liberal who jumps to extremes to get a got you just to win an argument and raises his voice to overpower the conversation. What all he is doing is making himself look like a fool. Thank you for the 20 ball. 187, this is why Adam ate the apple, ate the fruit specifically. Spaces says, so he's hating on red states while living in one. That's why they be telling y'all they don't want y'all to move to their states. Enforcer says ants and bees. Anton, ants and bees. Kings and Priests says a lot of women don't want to be led by other women. Apex Life is in the building with the 20 ball. Says just hearing this dude tells me that he likes to be heard, but has no evidence or results. Our previous generation has failed us. You'd rather be fed sweet nothings than actual things that could help us, Lord. Thank you, my friend, for the 20 ball. Jermaine McCullum says, I watch a show every day. Much love from Slidell, Louisiana. Gangsta Love is in the building. Says, I thought we was beefing to the caller after me. Nah, I ain't got no beef with nobody. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all for calling in. That's why I dropped the link in the chat for y'all to do so. King Manasseh says he's going to go back to his echo chamber and continue to vote for the worst things for us. Dark Side says animus possessed women, feminists, and anima possessed men simps are by and large beyond reason. All feelings, no facts, all emotion, no logic. Chris J, my dog, says over 1 hour of corniness. Spaces says, let's see you do the it's amazing deal. Bilderberg Boy says, Anton, you are truly a man of the cloth because, brother, I would have never seen such restraint and resolve of a conversation without short-sighted individual. We just got to chill and have a conversation. It's all in fun and games. Slick 2K8 says, 2 ball for taking it like a god. Great show. LL Music is in the building, says, hold on, let me get that up there. Fool said your generation when y'all in the same generation, but he has a mindset like the boomer men. Times are different now. Catch up, bruh. My dog Brock with the Pass of Love offering. Thank you, my friend. LLC is in the building, says, Anton, that convo talking about commercial was 3 alarm funny. Odd pay-per-view for a show with him as your co-host, still recovering. I can't hardly even type this. Hey, get better, LLC. Stop worrying about what it is that we got going on over here. And in the last and final super chat of the day, Brother John's Music came through with the 20 ball. Yeah. Shout out to y'all. Listen, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Just for good measure, because we stayed on here for 4 hours. 4 hours. All right, I usually do 2-hour shows, but I know that Friday I got to clear my calendar so I can be able to kick it with y'all. Just for good measure, just because I love y'all, I'm going to play the Teach commercial because that's what he was capping on me for. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Make sure that y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description as well as pinned to the top of the chat. Also on top of that, make sure that you guys share this with your family and friends because we don't want to be successful by ourselves. Shout out to the Gangsta Love. Shout out to P. Shout out to Flo. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to all of y'all for rocking out. We got 1 more week left. I'll see y'all in Miami. I'm going to be live streaming from Miami next week. All right? Next week. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Get that Teach pack. What's going on is Anton from AntonDaniels.com. I appreciate you guys for continuing to rock with me, but I just got home off of an early morning flight, right? First thing through the door, I want to see my family. I love my family. You know, I'm a family man. I'm an advocate for families, right? Second thing, I got to get that hot shower because I got to throw the threads on. The threads make me feel like $1,000,000, but I know that Christmas is on Monday, but we still live streaming. I just want to let y'all know that. Christmas is on Monday. We still live streaming. Monday, Christmas, New Year's, we don't miss. Christmas, New Year's, we don't miss. We are still going to be live streaming on Monday. I'm going to see y'all on Monday too. All right? The third thing through my mind and all throughout the trip is that I got to have that Teej pack. Teej makes my life uncomplicated. It's uncomplicated skincare for men. The first way that I started specifically was their level 1 system. It's a daily face wash to get rid of the dirt and grime on your skin. 2 times per week exfoliate and scrub to get rid of the dead skin cells. An AM moisturizer with SPF 20 because you should always be protecting your skin from the sun. And a PM moisturizer to help your skin stay hydrated and healthy throughout the night. Here's the thing. My favorite part about Tege Hanley is that every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. They really making the process of achieving and maintaining amazing skin for men uncomplicated. In addition to amazing skin, members of Tege Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off the retail price, the ability to customize your box, exclusive monthly deals. You can pause and cancel at any time, and you get free shipping. And because Tege Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers an amazing deal, right? Just click the first link in the description and you get 30% off your first box, plus a free gift. It's an amazing deal. You got to get started today. You're not out here trying to look like a Dusty. And if you travel as much as I do, which I'm sure most people don't, but you know me, I'm pushing my bag chasers in order to be in the top 5%, top 10%, top 1%. We got to make our lives uncomplicated, and Tege Hanley is no better product. You got to look good. You got to smell good. And you can't be looking like a Dusty. Make sure you get started today. Click the link in the description. Get that Tege pack. Feel the Tege, my friends.